Chapter 900. That person was dressed in black and looked very handsome. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, and the aura on his body was even more terrifying. He was not any weaker than the Yen family elders. The young man was also a third-level honorable. To be able to reach the third level of honorable at such a young age, he was definitely a genius. It's just a small matter. Why don't the elders do it? Let me do it. The young man looked calm and did not take Lin Xian seriously. Very well, then I'll leave it to you. The elders heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the young man. This time, the Yen clan's reputation could be redeemed. The young man was a third-level honorable and was not much weaker than them. It would be safe for him to do it. Bing Ling and the others were worried again. The young man was a terrifying opponent. Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, he would have to take him seriously. However, Lin Xian was extremely weak now. How could he defeat the young man? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the Yen family to have such a young expert. However, it was impossible for the young man to kill him just like that. Speak. Do you want to kill yourself to atone for your crimes? Or do you want me to do it? The young man stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin and looked arrogant. Do it myself. Lin Xian smiled. I don't have such a habit. Then I'll help you. However, you'll end up in a miserable state if you fall into my hands. You better be mentally prepared. The arrogant young man sneered and pointed his finger. His finger technique was the same as the elder who had attacked earlier. It was the Yen family's ultimate technique, the void penetrating finger. It was said to be able to penetrate everything. When the arrogant young man used it, its power was terrifying. The arrogant young man sneered and pointed his finger. The light from his finger shone like a silver dragon. It was extremely bright and gave off a roar that shook the heavens and earth. In an instant, the silver light arrived in front of Lin Xian and slammed into him. Lin Xian frowned and his eyes shone. He could naturally feel the power of the finger. However, he was now extremely weak and did not have much strength left. He had to plan carefully to kill this expert in front of him. Therefore, he did not dodge. Instead, he used the red lotus armor and formed a red armor shadow in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, the terrifying finger light collided with the crimson armor phantom, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the enormous force. Fortunately, the red lotus battle armor was extremely powerful and neutralized most of the force. However, his body was currently extremely weak, and his remaining strength caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Humph, I thought you were some kind of expert, but it seems like you can't even withstand a single blow. How boring. The arrogant young man lifted his chin and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Can't even withstand a single blow? Dongfang Fenghuang was trembling with anger. She couldn't stand it anymore. The other party was too despicable and shameless. Why didn't you say that when Lin Xian wasn't injured? Now that you're dealing with a seriously injured person, you still have the nerve to call yourself a genius? If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Yang Lin snorted coldly. The other party did not dare to come out when Lin Xian was at his peak. Now that Lin Xian was weak and could not use his strength, the other party jumped out to make a fuss. He was indeed shameless. However, the arrogant young man did not think much of it. He sneered and said nonchalantly, "No matter what you say, he's lying on the ground now, and I'm unharmed. This is the difference between us." Difference? Lin Xian laughed. He stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "You're a third-rank honorable. You don't dare to fight me in close combat when I'm seriously injured. Instead, you choose to attack me from afar. Tell me the difference between us. You don't even have the courage to fight me in close combat. How can someone like you be called a genius? You're just a coward. Do I need to fight you in close combat to kill you? One finger is enough." The arrogant young man sneered and was unmoved. Fine, fine. Then, Try to kill me with one finger." Lin Xian's face darkened. At this point, he had to stay calm and provoke the other party as much as possible. He would only have a chance to kill the other party if the other party was enraged and fought him in close combat. "You want to die? It's not that easy," the arrogant young man said coldly. "I'll cripple your right leg with my next finger." He was very arrogant and directly stated the direction of his next attack. Only someone who was extremely confident or who had a huge difference in strength would dare to do so. It was obvious that the arrogant young man was superior and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his finger and bent it slightly. Then he flicked it quickly. Buzz! The void was torn apart, and a silver ray of light pierced toward Lin Xian. The direction and angle of the attack happened to be Lin Xian's right leg. Lin Xian gritted his teeth again and endured the pain of his body being torn apart. He activated his spiritual power and formed the red lotus armor in front of his right leg. Bam! There was another earth-shattering tremor. He was pushed back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. However, he managed to block the attack. Hee, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Xian stared ahead with a look of disdain. Seeing this, the arrogant young man from the Yan family's face darkened, and there was a look of anger in his eyes. He did not expect a dying guy to be able to block his attack. He was very surprised. You can't even hurt a seriously injured person. What a piece of trash, Dongfang Fenghuang said disdainfully. Weren't you very confident before? I think you're just slapping yourself in the face. Yang Lin said in a low voice. Bing Ling and the others also looked at him with disdain. Feeling their gazes, the arrogant young man was completely enraged. Boy, you've successfully angered me. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. The arrogant young man's face darkened. He took a step forward and prepared to finish off his opponent in close combat. In the void, the few elders from the Yan family frowned. The other party had repeatedly provoked them and wanted to fight in close combat. Could it be that he was up to something? Therefore, the blue-robed elder quickly sent a voice transmission to remind the arrogant young man not to fight in close combat. Elder, don't worry. What kind of tricks can a dying boy play? The arrogant young man was very confident. If I can't even kill him, I don't deserve to be called the genius of the Yan family. Indeed, he had the right to be confident. To be able to reach the third level of the honorable realm at such a young age, his talent was shocking. He did not think that there was any suspense in this battle. With a stomp, the arrogant young man turned into a black shadow and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This scene made Dongfang Fenghuang and the others nervous. Although Lin Xian had provoked the arrogant young man to fight in close combat, they were still very worried now that it was really close combat. The main reason was that Lin Xian was too weak now. It would be difficult for him to continue fighting with a third-level honorable realm. Bing Ling and the others sent voice transmissions to each other and secretly circulated their spiritual energy, preparing to strike at the critical moment. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was charging towards him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The other party had finally taken the bait. Previously, he had risked his injuries to take the other party's attacks head-on. Finally, he had angered the other party and started to fight in close combat. Lin Xian was waiting for this moment. Chapter 901. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He summoned a blood clone while he held the Lone Star, sword tightly. Whoosh! The arrogant young man arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. His eyes were filled with cruelty. Then he reached out his fist and punched Lin Xian's head. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Lin Xian's body. The arrogant young man felt blood spurting out, and the smell of blood was pungent. However, he did not know that it was only Lin Xian's blood clone that was injured. Lin Xian's real body quickly retreated the moment he punched and dodged the fatal blow. Lin Xian was using his clone to create an illusion and create an opportunity to attack. Now, the opportunity he had been waiting for was here. The Lone Star sword flashed and stabbed out quickly. A cold light shook heaven and earth. At that moment, countless people were shocked as if they had been slashed by a sharp sword. Bang! The next moment, the scene seemed to have frozen. In front of him, the destroyed clone slowly dissipated and turned into a bloody mist that merged back into Lin Xian's body. On the other hand, the arrogant young man's body was stiff and trembling nonstop. A blue sword had pierced through his chest. That's impossible. I've already destroyed your head. How can you still be alive? He had a look of disbelief. Humph, you don't believe me when I say you're trash. Can't you see that? Lin Xian said disdainfully, "Go to hell and think about it slowly." Then he pulled out the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian had used up all his strength, so when he pulled out the sword, his entire arm was trembling. The arrogant young man from the Yan family was about to explode when he saw that. Such a weak person had actually killed him. He was unwilling and wanted to resist, but the power of the great dragon's sword soul bombarded his body. He could not resist at all and could only watch helplessly. Moreover, his life force was rapidly draining away. A cold feeling enveloped his body. He regretted that he had to engage in close combat with Lin Xian. Plop! When Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword, the arrogant young man's body fell to the ground. He could not be more dead. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. A third sky venerable realm expert had died just like that? Bing Ling and the others widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian with a strange expression. This guy is really scary. No. In the sky, the elders of the Yan family roared. Ah, damn thief, I'm going to kill you. They were crazy, completely crazy. That arrogant young man was the pride of their clan, the hope of their clan. But now he had been killed. Aggrieved, too aggrieved. Those elders' eyes were all red like demons. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying, killing intent. Die, you little thief! The green-clothed old woman shrieked. She waved her fingers, and 5 streaks of silver light shot out like 5 silver flood dragons. They shot through the air at high speed, emitting thunderous sounds. The blue-robed old man also attacked. A blue palm with a mysterious aura slammed downwards. In an instant, a terrifying aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Attack! Bing Ling let out a shout and quickly attacked. She knew that Lin Xian would not be able to withstand such an attack. Frost danced in the air. Countless icicles rose from the ground and pierced into the sky. They were like divine spears, emitting a cold aura. Yang Lin roared and formed a seal with his palms. A huge rock cage was formed to protect Lin Xian. Dongfang Fenghuang and Yi Yan also launched powerful attacks to resist the elders of the Yan family. All kinds of collision sounds were heard. Light splashed everywhere, and the entire sky was covered. When the light disappeared, Lin Xian was still standing there with a pale face and a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that smile, the elders of the Yan family were furious. Hee, the Yan family is really useless. They can't even kill a dying man. A charming laugh was heard, with a strong sense of disdain. Who is it? Come out. The blue-robed elder roared, and his voice shook the surroundings. They were on the verge of going berserk. How dare someone laugh at them? That's courting death. You're so angry, but you seem to have found the wrong person. That voice suddenly turned cold. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Then, an enchanting figure appeared. Behind him was a large group of martial artists. The Yantian auction. Seeing that enchanting figure, the eyes of the Yan family's elder shrunk. He did not expect that person to come. Lin Xian furrowed his brows again. It seemed like he had been completely exposed this time. Bing Ling and the rest stood together nervously. They did not expect to attract so many experts. Haha, it's so lively! A loud voice rang out, like a bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge golden spiritual boat came from afar. It was like a golden ray of light, and it arrived nearby in an instant. Countless martial artists stood on the spiritual boat. The person in front was a burly man who looked like a golden giant. He carried a huge battle axe on his back, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. Quang Zhan! They did not expect the people from the huge axe city to come as well. Kid, you can't escape this time. Quang Zhan looked down, and his eyes were burning. Countless martial artists flew over. Other than the three major forces, the Huang family and the Lung family from Windy City were also there. Anyway, they were all here for the Lone Star Sword. Kid, hand over the Lone Star Sword. Countless voices rang out, filled with greed. Looking at those martial artists, Lin Xian's face turned cold. He whispered to Bingling and the rest, "Listen up, leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you." The situation this time was too dangerous. He did not want Bingling and the rest to take the risk. After all, they had helped him a lot. No. Bingling and the rest shook their heads. Although the situation was not good, they were unwilling to leave. "Don't worry, I have a way to save my life. Do you still remember the space teleportation platform? I still have it here." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. "As long as you leave safely, these people will not be able to trap me." "Really?" Bingling and the rest raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian's confident smile. Their hearts calmed down. "You said it. You must come back alive." Bingling and the rest nodded their heads. "No problem." Lin Xian smiled. Then he raised his head. "You are looking for me. Let the people around me leave." "Leave? Impossible." An elder from the Huang family sneered. "Those who are here today don't even think about leaving." An expert from the Lung family said coldly. "Humph." Bingling snorted coldly and raised her hand to throw out a jade token. The token enlarged in the air like a jade door. On it were two large and flamboyant words, "Immortal Martial." Immortal Martial? Senmu College. Seeing this scene, many martial artists were shocked. The eyes of the experts from the Huang family and Lung family shrank, their faces full of shock. "You dare to stop a disciple of Senmu College? How dare you?" Bingling shouted with a hint of anger in her voice. The experts from the Huang family and Lung family looked terrible, as if they had eaten a rat. They wanted to show off, but they did not expect to kick an iron plate. Chapter 902. The countenances of the experts from the Huang clan and Lung clan all turned black. They were filled with regret in their hearts. Why did they have to take the lead? Now that they had offended someone from the Immortal Martial Academy, they didn't dare to do so. It could be said that they were in a dilemma. Seeing the awkward expressions of the two families, Ling Lin sneered. "If you don't have the strength, don't come out to show off." Hearing this, the martial artists from the Huang and Lung families trembled in anger. They glared at Lin Xian fiercely, wanting to tear him apart. "All right, you can leave, but he must stay." The alluring lady from the Wanxiang auction, Shangguan Xian, said coldly as she pointed at Lin Xian. "Junior brother Lin, be careful." Bingling and the others looked at Lin Xian deeply, then rushed into the sky and left quickly. Although the situation was very dangerous, they believed that Lin Xian would return safely. Moreover, they had another reason for leaving, and that was to ask the college for help. For a peerless genius like Lin Xian, the Immortal Martial Academy would definitely not allow him to fall. Seeing the backs of Bingling and the others leaving, the surrounding martial artists laughed wildly again. Now Lin Xian was like a weak ant. He couldn't escape at all and was completely at their mercy. "Kid, hand over the Lone Star Sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Hee, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." All sorts of arrogant voices sounded, and their eyes were filled with greed. Lin Xian coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked away shakily. "Humph, kid, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death," Shangguan Xian said coldly. Whether you can get the Lone Star Sword or not, you'll die today. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Yen family." The elders from the Yen family ground their teeth so hard that they almost broke. A group of people floated in the sky, looking at Lin Xian walking slowly on the ground. They all had cruel smiles on their faces. They were like cats playing with a mouse. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they were enjoying the moment. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. He walked slowly, but in his heart he was sneering. "A bunch of damned bastards. Just you wait. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore." He walked very slowly, but it didn't take long for him to arrive near Xiao Li's corpse. Lin Xian's goal was very simple. His body was currently weak, and he could not use much strength. Therefore, in order to deal with the people around him, he needed to have enough strength first. And Xiao Li's corpse was the best source of power. Xiao Li was a 4th-level martial saint and was extremely powerful. His blood contained a large amount of essence energy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had obtained the blood sword inheritance and could use this blood to recover. Therefore, in the next moment, he bent his fingers and shot out a thin red light that pierced into Xiao Li's corpse. With a low shout, Lin Xian activated the blood sword inheritance and quickly absorbed the blood energy. "Not good. Quickly kill this brat." Seeing Lin Xian's strange actions, Shangguan Xian's face finally changed. Her willowy eyebrows trembled, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. With a shout, Shangguan Xian waved her jade-like hands, and a pair of jade-like palms slammed down from the sky. However, she was still one step too late. Lin Xian activated the blood sword inheritance and instantly gained strength. Although he had not fully recovered, he could already move freely. With a tap of his foot, he activated the illusory demon steps and calmly dodged the palm. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a ferocious dragon had appeared on the blood-red sword and swallowed Xiao Li's corpse. "Quickly stop him. This brat is about to recover." At this moment, the surrounding martial artists understood what was going on. All of them screamed in fear and quickly attacked Lin Xian with powerful attacks. Countless dazzling lights flew in the sky like meteors and blasted downwards. However, Lin Xian was currently shrouded in a ball of red aura. It surrounded him like blood, and on the blood-red light screen there were strange patterns. It was very strange and emitted a terrifying aura. This was Lin Xian activating the blood sword inheritance's secret technique to quickly absorb the energy. Soon, the blood-red light on the surface of his body became stronger and stronger, and it quickly rotated. A wave of energy erupted and spread out in all directions. Boom! A shocking vibration sounded, and a blood-red giant that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly appeared. It roared and swept its arms, knocking away all the incoming attacks. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. The blood-red sword in his hand disappeared, and in its place was the Lone Star sword that was blooming with dark blue light. After using the blood sword inheritance's secret technique and the energy from Xiao Li's corpse, Lin Xian's strength had finally recovered. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and looked around coldly. He was like the god of death, emitting a biting, cold, murderous aura. "A bunch of old dogs. Didn't you want the Lone Star sword? It's here now. Come and get it if you can." "Humph. What's so great about recovering your strength? I'll kill you now." A figure flew out quickly, carrying a terrifying aura. It was an elder of the Yen family, and his strength was at the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. He attacked with all his strength, and violent energy swept in all directions. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold as he quickly swung his sword. Poof! A head flew up and blood spurted out. Then Lin Xian nailed him in the air with the blood-red sword and quickly sucked him dry. A blood-red figure appeared behind him, holding a blood-red sword. It emitted a bloody aura and sucked all the blood dry. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. Shock, absolute shock. A third heaven of the honorable realm could not even block a single sword. What a piece of trash! Whether it was the old or the young of the Yan family, they were all trash. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the elders of the Yan family were furious, and at the same time they felt a chill in their hearts. The elder who attacked just now was not much weaker than them, and he was also an expert of the family. However, he was killed in just one move. This made their hearts tremble, and they did not dare to attack rashly. As expected of a half-earth rank treasure, it's so powerful. It can let a second heaven of the honorable realm kill a third heaven expert so easily. This treasure must not fall into the hands of others. Quang Zhan's voice was loud and clear, filled with excitement. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many people. Shangguan Xian also shouted. Okay, let's attack together. Let's kill this little thief first. Then we'll discuss the Lone Star Sword. Immediately, dozens of martial artists walked out. These people were all third heaven honorables, and they had terrifying auras on their bodies. When they connected together, their momentum was terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, they were confident that they could kill even a fourth heaven honorable realm expert. These people walked towards Lin Xian step by step. With every step, their auras became stronger. In the end, it was like 100,000 demon mountains, pressing down on Lin Xian. Chapter 903. Dozens of third-level venerables sneered as they pressed down on Lin Xian, creating an extremely terrifying aura. With so many people, it was enough to kill a fourth-level venerables. Lin Xian's heart was also heavy. He activated the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, as he had no choice but to attack with all his strength. An intense battle erupted as sword chi flashed and light flashed, causing the entire space to become chaotic. Lin Xian had an offensive saint technique like the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he also had the Lone Star Sword, a powerful half-earth rank artifact. His battle prowess was astonishing. However, the opponents this time were too strong. Dozens of third-level venerables joined forces, and their aura shook the sky. Even if he had an ancient treasure, he could only barely resist. However, those third-level venerables were even more shocked. They could already kill a fourth-level venerables if they joined forces, but they couldn't take down a second-level venerables in such a short time. This made them extremely shocked, and their desire for the Lone Star Sword grew even stronger. If they could obtain such a treasure, their strength would definitely increase by several times. Dozens of people joined forces and formed a terrifying light palm that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly slashed out a blood-colored sword chi. The two collided and produced a loud boom. Lin Xian was blasted back dozens of feet. His body was attacked again, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was no other way. Dozens of third-level venerables joining forces were too strong. Only he could withstand it. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. Brat, so what if you've recovered your strength? You can't play any tricks in front of us. Hand over the Lone Star Sword, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Seeing that Lin Xian was injured, everyone sneered again. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Do you really think you have the situation under control? You're all so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face again? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. With all of us joining forces, we can even kill a fourth-level venerables. It's enough to deal with you." The blue-robed elder from the Yen family said ferociously. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Lin Xian, killing intent radiating from his body. So what if I can fight a fourth-level venerables? I've even killed a true fourth-level venerable realm cultivator before, let alone you guys. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and carried a biting, cold, killing intent. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, before they came, Lin Xian had killed a 4th-level venerable. Hurry up and get rid of this brat. Stop delaying. Shangguan Xian said softly. She also had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they activated the spiritual energy in their bodies and prepared to go all out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, revealed an evil smile. He put the Lone Star sword back into the scabbard on his back and closed his eyes. Inside his body, the great dragon sword soul had transformed into a huge azure dragon and was constantly colliding with the mysterious small sword. At the same time, Lin Xian's soul also entered the mysterious little sword. He controlled the great dragon sword soul to form an azure dragon palm and viciously grabbed at the huge black cauldron. A low sound rang out. In the space inside the mysterious little sword, the 10,000 beast sting was attacked and emitted a terrifying aura. A black light flickered, and the aura was terrifying. If it was outside, the entire ground would have been shattered. However, inside the mysterious little sword, there was no impact at all. However, the 10,000 life cauldron was activated. Its entire body emitted a black light, and various birds and beasts swam quickly on the cauldron. Come out! Lin Xian roared angrily. He used the great dragon sword soul to form an azure dragon palm and quickly grabbed at the 10,000 beasting. Then he forcefully threw it outside. In the outside world, when everyone saw Lin Xian put away the Lone Star sword, they immediately sneered and attacked. In an instant, powerful attacks came from all directions. If one was hit, even a 4th-level venerable realm cultivator would die. Just as these attacks were about to land on Lin Xian, the air around Lin Xian started to fluctuate rapidly. It was as if it was about to shatter, and crackling sounds could be heard. A black shadow appeared from his body. Then it quickly expanded and formed a huge black cauldron that suppressed the surroundings. Boom! The moment the black cauldron appeared, it carried a terrifying aura and spread out in all directions, shattering all the attacks that were flying towards it. What? When the surrounding martial artists saw this, their pupils constricted and they turned pale with fright. They could not believe that Lin Xian could really neutralize their attacks. Damn it! What is this huge black cauldron? It's so powerful. Everyone was shocked and extremely confused. Even the Lone Star sword could not neutralize their attacks. In the next moment, they felt the ferocious aura coming from the huge black cauldron. Immediately, their bodies froze, and fear appeared on their faces. The aura was too terrifying, and it made their hearts palpitate. It was like ants meeting a huge dragon. What is this thing? At this moment, the faces of Shangguan Xian, Crazy Warrior, and the rest changed. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of bright red armor covered his body, resisting the ferocious aura coming from the huge black cauldron. Then, his lips curled into a sinister smile. He pulled out the Lone Star sword again, activated the great dragon sword soul, and slashed at the huge black cauldron. Dong! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the entire black cauldron trembled. Black light bloomed from its body, condensing into a black light pillar that pierced through the sky. An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned a mysterious jade platform, quickly teleporting away. Just as Lin Xian used the mysterious jade platform to teleport away, the 10,000 beast sting finally erupted. A terrifying, ferocious aura covered the heavens and earth, forming a cage. Countless black, demonic beasts rushed out and rushed towards the surrounding martial artists. This change was too sudden. From the appearance of the 10,000 beast sting to the eruption, it happened in an instant. The martial artists who came to kill Lin Xian did not even have time to react before they were surrounded. The third-level honorables were still fine. With their powerful strength, they could withstand the pressure. However, the other martial artists were not so lucky. The black, demonic beasts were like a black flood that quickly rushed towards those martial artists. Instantly, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All sorts of screams could be heard. It was like a scene from hell. No. Seeing their disciples being killed, the third-level honorables' eyes turned red. They roared like demons and waved their hands, quickly slashing the black, demonic beasts. However, those demonic beasts were not real. They were just bodies of energy. There was no end to them. No matter how strong the third-level honorables were, their combined attacks did not have much effect. Not only that, the aura of the 10,000 beast ding was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. They did not have the time to care about the others. Not good. Run. This is that brat's trap. Shangguan Xian screamed, looking terrified. Chapter 904. The other level 3 venerables also cursed loudly. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. Sensing the increasingly intense murderous aura, these people did not dare to stay any longer and quickly fled into the distance. However, they had still underestimated the power of the 10,000 beast ding. This was a complete Earth-grade artifact. How could these people resist it? In the next moment, the 10,000 beast ding bloomed with light and quickly grew larger, completely enveloping the entire space. Countless black lights crisscrossed and surrounded all the cultivators. In an instant, countless screams sounded like the howls of ghosts. However, not a single cultivator was able to escape. Lin Xian used the mysterious jade platform and teleported hundreds of miles away. When he appeared again, he immediately stabilized his body and quickly flew into the distance. A pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. Mysterious patterns flickered on them. He flapped his wings and quickly flew through the air like a stream of light. After flying for a long time, he finally stopped and looked behind him. Extremely far away, black gas curled up like demonic clouds. It was extremely hazy, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Even from so far away, Lin Xian could still feel the terrifying aura. Want to kill me? I'll let you enjoy your fear. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He had seen how terrifying the 10,000 beast ding was. Back then, it could even blast open the king's space, let alone those level 3 venerables. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and quickly sat down to recover. Previously, he had only used the blood sword secret technique to forcefully increase his battle strength. This secret technique had a certain limit, and the aftereffects were not small. Now that he was out of danger, he could properly recover. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Xian circulated the longevity incantation, then took out various spirit pills, spirit wine, and natural treasures. He quickly swallowed them. Lin Xian had so many treasures that even level 4 venerables would blush if they saw them. Half a day later, he opened his eyes, and his body had recovered to its peak. This recovery speed was terrifying. If others saw it, their jaws would definitely drop. On one hand, it was because Lin Xian had so many natural treasures. On the other hand, the longevity incantation was shockingly powerful, especially the endless vitality. It was a great help to Lin Xian. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as Lin Xian was alive, he could quickly recover by circulating the longevity incantation. Withdrawing the technique, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distance, the terrifying aura was still there, but it was much smaller than before. After calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Those third heaven venerables could not possibly resist for so long. His figure flashed like a phantom and he returned. After sprinting all the way, he finally returned to the original direction. Lin Xian was shocked to see the pitch-black cauldron in front of him. He had to admit that the 10,000 beast cauldron was too terrifying. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make him tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian activated the great dragon's sword soul again and struck the mysterious small sword in his body. In the next moment, the mysterious small sword released a mysterious aura that carried with it an aura of desolation. Instantly, the 10,000 beast ding in the distance trembled and spun quickly. It turned into a black light and entered Lin Xian's body. It appeared in the mysterious small space again with a flash of light. Lin Xian was stunned. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to subdue the 10,000 beasting again. He did not expect it to be so simple. Moreover, it looked like the 10,000 beasting could not wait to go in. It looked like the small sword was indeed mysterious. Even the 10,000 beasting could not resist it. Lin Xian did not look into the reason. His figure flashed, and he rushed forward. There, the ground cracked and shattered into countless pieces. Blood flowed, and countless weapon fragments and corpses were scattered everywhere. It was like a hellish hell. The ground was covered in blood. Not a single person survived. Thousands of martial artists and dozens of third-level venerables had all died here. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's expression was cold. These people were here to kill him. If he was not ruthless, he would be killed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian turned and left quickly. Ancient Path Town. This was the only way back to Senmu College. In this town, there were a few young figures. There were 2 men and 2 women. They had extraordinary auras and were eye-catching. Naturally, they were Bingling and the others. They had already sent a signal to the college and were waiting here. This was the only way back to the college. If Lin Xian came back, he would definitely pass by here. Do you think Lin Xian will be fine? Dongfang Fenghuang was a little worried. He should be fine. Looking at junior brother Lin's last expression, he should not be throwing his life away. They had no choice. Facing so many people, they could not think of how Lin Xian could escape. Even with the mysterious jade platform, it would take a lot of energy to completely get rid of those people. A group of people waited anxiously. However, a day later, a young figure landed here. Lin Xian. Dongfang Fenghuang and the others had been paying close attention to the passers-by. When they saw the young figure, they immediately exclaimed, "You're fine. That's great." Dongfang Fenghuang cheered. Bingling and the others also rushed over. They were shocked when they saw the other party. On one hand, they were happy that Lin Xian could come back alive. On the other hand, they were shocked that Lin Xian could get rid of those people in such a short time. His strength was too terrifying. I really want to know how you got rid of those people. Bingling's beautiful eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. Unless you have countless mysterious jade platforms. The mysterious jade platforms are very precious. It's good enough that I have 1 or 2. Lin Xian said with a smile. As for how he got rid of them, that was a secret. Seeing that Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything, Bingling did not ask further. After all, everyone had their secrets. The group gathered together to celebrate. Then they rested. The next day, they set off for Senmu College. 2 days later, they returned to Senmu College. Looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers and the scattered halls, Lin Xian and the others sighed in their hearts. Although the past few days were short, they had experienced many thrilling experiences. Now that they were back in the quiet college, it was a different feeling. After Lin Xian and the others entered Senmu College, they went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was still bustling with people coming and going. The crystal light screen, which was hundreds of feet tall, emitted a faint light. On it was a message of the college's missions. Lin Xian and the others landed in front of the hall. Then they tidied their clothes and walked into the hall. After handing in the missions, we must rest well. Everyone cheered. The hall was even more crowded. There were disciples completing missions or handing in missions everywhere. There were crystal light platforms in the hall. There were all kinds of detailed information on them. Bing Ling led Lin Xian and the others through the main hall and into the depths of the palace. She had accepted a 4-star mission, so she was in the depths of the hall. "We're here," Bing Ling said. Then she took out a jade token and pressed it against the crystal light platform. Buzz, buzz! There was a sound that sounded like identity confirmation. Then the crystal light platform changed. Chapter 905. The news was confirmed, and soon Lin Xian and the others received their rewards. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Lin Xian also checked the spirit tablet and found that there was indeed an extra 1,000,000 spiritual value points. The others were also beaming with joy. They had all received generous rewards. It's worth it to take such a big risk. However, not long after Bing Ling handed over the mission, a middle-aged man quickly walked over. "Elder." Bing Ling greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. The others also hurriedly greeted him. "Yes, follow me." The middle-aged man turned around and walked inside. Finally, they arrived at a private room. "Are you saying that the treasure this time is not an ordinary treasure, but a king's treasure?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Yes." Bing Ling said, "It is indeed a king's treasure, but the last king's rare treasure has disappeared. As long as one investigated carefully, they would know about this matter, so Bing Ling would not hide anything." "All right, you have worked hard. In order to make up for the loophole in the mission information, each of you will be compensated with 100,000 spiritual value points." "Thank you, Elder," Bing Ling and the others said. Lin Xian was also excited. 100,000 spiritual stones was not a small amount. "Elder, we will take our leave." Bing Ling led Lin Xian and the others away. After they left, the middle-aged man revealed a thoughtful expression. Although Senmu College was powerful, they could not ignore the king's treasure, especially the information they had just received. The king's rare treasure seemed to be very powerful, but it had disappeared for some reason. The middle-aged man did not suspect Bing Ling and the others at all. Such a rare treasure was not something a third-level venerable could obtain. Of course, if he knew that the so-called king's rare treasure was in Lin Xian's body, what kind of expression would he have? Lin Xian and the others walked out of the mission hall in a good mood. "This time we must exchange for that thing." Yang Lin held the spirit tablet in his hand with an excited expression. Lin Xian also smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. If there is anything you need in the future, just say the word." He was indeed very excited. With 1,000,000 spiritual value points, he was one step closer to the dragon blood. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Yang Lin and the others wanted to go to the true spirit hall, while Lin Xian wanted to return to the freshman courtyard. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of sword light and flew off into the distance. Whoa! A sword light flashed and landed above the freshman area. Then Lin Xian's figure appeared. "Older brother Xian, young master Xian." Seeing that figure, many people stood up and shouted excitedly, "Let's celebrate today, then rest for 2 days. I'll take you to a place," Lin Xian said with a smile. Very quickly, the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion arrived. The current Dragon Sword Pavilion had close to 700 people. It could be said to be a large scale. After a night of revelry, everyone went back to rest. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side to the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian entered the courtyard. Then he completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired and needed a good rest. He slept all the way until the evening of the next day. Next, Lin Xian began to organize the spoils of war and consolidate his cultivation. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also focused on their cultivation. After another 2 days, Lin Xian came out. He gathered the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion and said in a clear voice, "What we need to do this time is very simple, and that is to take revenge." The Huang family of Wind-Seeking City has chased after me many times. What do you think we should do? F***CK, he dares to chase after older brother Xian. Kill him! Kill him! The unified slogan rang out, shaking the heavens. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and nodded slightly. There were many people chasing after him. The reason why he targeted the Huang family was because they had the phoenix blood crimson gold in their hands. This was what he wanted. Of course, Lin Xian would not let go of the other forces who had chased after him. Next, Lin Xian chose 200 Venerable Realm disciples to go together. Let's go. With an order, the group quickly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Wind-Seeking City, Huang family. In the past few days, the atmosphere in the Huang family was much more oppressive than before. Many people had solemn expressions and depressed hearts, casting a shadow over the entire Huang family. At this moment, many figures were gathered in a magnificent hall. Directly above, a purple-robed old man sat. He had a dignified face, and a powerful aura emitted from his body. On both sides of him were other elders, but their expressions were incomparably solemn. Patriarch, so many days have passed, but the people we sent out have not received any news at all, an elder said worriedly. That's right. Even if they don't succeed, they have to send back news. What about the other forces? The patriarch of the Huang family asked in a deep voice. We've sent people to investigate, but there's no news either. This time it was a middle-aged man who spoke. Logically speaking, with so many experts moving out, there was no suspense at all in capturing a second-rank venerable, even if the other party had a half-Earth rank artifact like the Lone Star Sword. However, after such a long time and with so many forces, there was no news at all. This was simply too strange. Send people to investigate again. If there's any news, report it immediately, the patriarch of the Huang family said. Yes. Everyone replied. However, before they could finish speaking, a shocking force suddenly appeared. It was as if a demonic mountain had enveloped the entire hall. Rumble! In an instant, the magnificent hall was blown to pieces, and the huge building turned into powder. The elders in the hall were even more frightened and tried their best to resist. Not only that, but the entire Huang family was also affected by the strong impact. The buildings near the hall all collapsed and the ground cracked. The entire Huang family was almost torn in half. Who is it? Countless people were frightened and rushed into the sky. However, as soon as they flew up, they were pressed down by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground. Some elders did not believe it and tried to attack, but they were also smashed to the ground and vomited blood. The people of the Huang family were shocked. When they looked at the sky, their pupils constricted and their hearts almost jumped out. In the sky there was a dark mass. Countless figures gathered like a demonic cloud enveloping the sky. A terrifying and powerful aura connected together, causing everyone to tremble. The aura was too powerful. Not to mention them, even a fourth-rank venerable would not be able to withstand it. Clan leader. A group of elders lay on the ground and looked at the clan leader with difficulty. The clan leader's mouth twitched, and his heart beat wildly. This was too King terrifying. He could clearly sense that there were 200 venerable auras above. 200 of them. Not 2 and not 20. There were 200 of them. Even if they were all first-rank venerables, they would not be able to defeat them. Where did this force come from? Why did they find trouble with the Huang family? The elders of the Huang family were stunned. Although they were usually arrogant, they were not stupid enough to provoke people from such a terrifying force. This scene not only shocked the Huang family, but also the entire Windy City. Countless martial artists gathered in this direction, and their faces were filled with shock. This was too shocking. 200 venerables were enough to wipe out any force in Windy City. Who is this? How could they have such terrifying power? The Huang family is really unlucky. How dare they provoke such a force? Were they not courting death? Countless martial artists whispered. Due to the pressure, they could not get too close, but the distance could not stop their excitement. Chapter 906. The scene was too shocking. The commotion caused by 200 honorables gathering together was extremely terrifying. The Huang family patriarch said in a trembling voice, "May I ask who you are? Is there a misunderstanding?" The scene shocked everyone once again. If someone dared to cause trouble for the Huang family would not ask any questions and would kill the person immediately. But now their mansion had been destroyed, yet the Huang family patriarch was not angry at all. Instead, he asked humbly. The surrounding martial artists could not believe what they were seeing. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? In the sky, a faint voice drifted over. Following that, a young voice walked out and looked down. "It's you." Seeing the figure, many of the Huang family elders' pupils shrank and their hearts trembled violently. The person was none other than their target, Lin Xian. But shouldn't they be being chased by countless experts? Why would they be here? Also, why are there so many honorables behind him? The Huang family patriarch's face turned ugly. The fact that Lin Xian was here meant that their pursuit had failed. Moreover, there was no result after such a long time. Those people might have met with mishap. They were shocked and could not believe it. How could Lin Xian escape from so many people? Not only did the Huang family martial artists recognize Lin Xian, but the surrounding martial artists also recognized Lin Xian. Instantly, the news spread like a gust of wind. Lin Xian was the owner of a half-Earth rank artifact. Ordinary people were just excited when they heard the news. However, the major forces were shocked. They had sent people to kill Lin Xian. But now Lin Xian was alive and kicking? In an instant, the Lung family and the Vientiane auction could not sit still. At this moment, they had to join forces. Soon, countless martial artists took to the sky and headed towards the Huang family. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled as terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Martial artists from the other two families arrived and confronted Lin Xian and the rest. Seeing that there were reinforcements, the Huang family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to face Lin Xian and the 200 honorables alone, they would not stand a chance. However, if the three families joined forces, it would be a different story. The three families were all powerful forces in the Windy City. If they joined forces, they would be able to fight against the other party. Lin Xian, it really is you. You didn't die. When the people from the Wanshan auction and the Lung family saw this, their faces darkened. What's wrong? You guys seem very disappointed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Today, we're mainly here to deal with the Huang family. If you're here to die, I don't mind taking your lives. Humph. Stop boasting. Even if you have a lot of people with you, our three families are not to be trifled with. The Lung family said, "If you don't believe me, you can try." So, the Lung clan wants to make a move? Lin Xian asked. Of course, the three of us will advance and retreat together, the Lung clan replied. Really? Lin Xian coldly laughed, then said in a clear voice, "People of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion, listen up." Yes, 200 people replied in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Just their voices alone were enough to make the surrounding martial artists fall to the ground. If the Lung clan dares to make a move, we'll give up on our enemies and kill the Lung clan with all our might. Leave no one alive. The cold voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Countless people gasped in disbelief. The martial artists from the Lung clan stiffened and their faces turned ugly. This Lin Xian is too despicable. Originally, they were only here to provide assistance. However, this order pushed the Lung clan to the edge. They did not doubt Lin Xian's order at all. If they made a move, Lin Xian might really do that. At that time, the Huang family would be fine, but the Lung clan would be exterminated. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. For a moment, The Lung clan members were stunned. "Humph, don't try to sow discord. The three of us will attack together," the elder of the Wanxiang auction roared. "It's the same for the Wanxiang auction too. I'll give up on the Huang family and kill all of you with all my might until no one is left." Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his body emitted a cold, murderous aura. Did these people really think that he was a pushover? They had tried to kill him time and time again. Now he would let these people know the price of trying to kill him. Hearing this, the Huang family patriarch trembled with anger. "Sow discord, this is blatant sow discord. If this goes on, the Huang family will be finished." In the next moment, he did not care about anything else and quickly said, "The two of you, if the three of us attack together, won't this problem be solved?" Attack together. We're not afraid of them. I've said it before. If anyone attacks, kill the Lung clan first until they're exterminated. Lin Xian said again. Hearing this, the martial artists from the Lung clan twitched. Many of the elders almost vomited blood. What is this? They were only here to provide assistance. Why is their clan about to be exterminated? The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. Isn't this too overbearing? But I like it. They had never seen someone as overbearing as Lin Xian. Now that they saw the scene, they were naturally excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Gongzi, we were wrong before. We'll go back and prepare gifts to apologize. Now goodbye. After the Lung clan patriarch finished speaking, he left with a group of experts without looking back. They left? Just like that? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The Huang family members were even more stunned. This was a powerful helper. However, he was scared away by just a few words from Lin Xian. A sense of despair rose in the hearts of the Huang family martial artists. However, they still had the Vientiane auction. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the Vientiane auction. Instantly, the people who looked at the Vientiane auction were shocked and their faces stiffened. Now that the Lung clan had left, if Lin Xian wanted to deal with them, it would be much easier than before. However, they could not guarantee that the Huang family would go all out if they really attacked. If the Huang family members ran away, they would be in big trouble. The elder of the Vientiane auction twitched slightly. Lin Gongzi is really capable. I'm impressed. Since this is a matter between you and the Huang family, how can we interfere? Men, let's go. The elder waved his hand and left with the martial artists. He had already thought it through. Once he returned, he would report to his superiors and ask for help. Then, even if the other party came looking for trouble, he would not be afraid. Elder Gua, you can't leave us in the lurch. Seeing that the elder of the Vientiane auction had left, the Huang family martial artists panicked. The Huang family patriarch shouted loudly, but it was to no avail. Now, should we talk about the matter between us? Lin Xian looked down again. Hearing this, the Huang family martial artists trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. Talk? How? They could not beat him or run away. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, they had chased after him more than once. How could he let them go now? Young Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The Huang family patriarch squeezed out an ugly smile. Young Master Lin, what compensation do you want? Our Huang family will definitely satisfy you. Compensation? Satisfy? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. Chapter 907. Lin Xian smirked coldly as he looked down at the Huang family. I heard that the Huang family's great elder obtained a piece of phoenix blood gold a few days ago. Is that true? Hearing this, the Huang family's patriarch quickly turned around and stared at the great elder. The great elder's body trembled, and he revealed an ugly expression. He did obtain a piece of phoenix blood gold and wanted to use it to forge an armor, but he had not done so yet. Listening to Lin Xian's words, he seemed to be very interested in the phoenix blood gold. Although he had spent a lot of money to buy it and it was painful to give it away, for the family he endured it. Soon, The Huang family's great elder laughed dryly. Young Master Lin, good news. I did obtain a piece of phoenix blood gold. If young Master Lin likes it, you can have it. After saying that, he took out a piece of blood-red metal. Looking at the metal, Lin Xian smiled. Yes, it is indeed phoenix blood gold. With a grab, the phoenix blood gold floated to Lin Xian and was quickly grasped in his hand. As he truly felt the crimson phoenix blood gold, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally obtained this treasure. Seeing Lin Xian smile, the Huang family's great elder breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was painful, it was worth it for the family. At this time, the Huang family's patriarch asked softly, "Since young Master Lin has obtained it, can you let us go? At least let the 200 friends withdraw their pressure." They were too sullen. The pressure from the 200 venerables in the sky was extremely terrifying, and it was specifically targeted at the Huang family. Until now, everyone was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Even if they did not die today, it would not be long before they became the laughingstock of the entire wind-seeking city. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered again. What? Does the Huang family's patriarch think that a piece of phoenix blood gold can solve the problem? Or do you think that my life is only worth a piece of phoenix blood gold? Seeing Lin Xian's darkened face, the Huang family's patriarch's eyelids twitched. No, of course not. Young Master Lin's body is priceless. How can a piece of phoenix blood gold compare to it? The patriarch of the Huang family quickly flattered. Very good. You've all admitted that my life is worth more than a piece of phoenix blood scarlet gold. That makes things easier, Lin Xian said. Speaking of which, you've chased after me 3 times, right? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? It's a misunderstanding. The head of the Huang family felt that he had flattered the wrong person. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Xian coldly interrupted him. There's no misunderstanding. Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. You have 2 choices. First, cripple the cultivation of all those above the Exalt realm, and I can spare your lives. 2, you can choose not to cripple your cultivation and fight against my 200 venerables. You can imagine the result. Lin Xian's words reverberated in the air, carrying a murderous aura. Hearing this, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Sure enough, the other party had brought so many people, and it wasn't just for a piece of phoenix blood crimson gold. When the members of the Huang family heard this, their faces turned ugly. It was as if they had eaten a dead rat. They were too naive. How could a mere piece of metal settle the grudge of being hunted down? However, they couldn't accept the other party's 2 requests. The first request was that if all the venerables were to cripple their cultivation, the Huang family would become a dog without claws and teeth. By then, their enemies would never let them go. Moreover, the Huang family had a lot of resources in Wind-Seeking City. By then, the other 2 families wouldn't let them go. However, if they didn't cripple their cultivation, what awaited them was the destruction of their family. Although the Huang family was one of the 3 major forces in Wind-Seeking City, they had no way of resisting against 200 venerables. The other party could even kill them without much effort. At the very least, they couldn't even resist the pressure of the 200 venerables. Both choices led to death. However, the second choice was to die immediately. If they were lucky, they could still escape from the first choice. The head of the Wang family had an ugly look on his face. His choice was very important, as it concerned whether the family would be destroyed immediately. Moreover, judging from Lin Xian's expression, there was no room for negotiation. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke the other party in the first place? Now he had brought about the destruction of his family. However, there was no use in regretting. Some things had to be paid for. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider, Lin Xian said coldly. If you don't make a decision after 5 breaths, I'll take it as you choosing the second choice. 5, 4, 3, 2. I choose the first choice. In the end, the head of the Huang family gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, his entire body collapsed onto the ground as if it had been drained of all energy. Very well, let's begin. Lin Xian said coldly. Dong Fong. Wait, can I do it myself? Suddenly, the head of the Huang family crawled up and asked quickly. I didn't expect the head of the Huang family to have such a hobby. Very well, you can do it yourself. Hearing that, the head of the Huang family took a deep breath and stood up slowly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with terror as he walked towards the Huang family. Depressing, extremely depressing. The martial artists of the Huang family trembled with despair in their eyes. They knew that it was useless, even if they risked their lives. Plop! The first to be crippled was the great elder of the Huang family. His dantian suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, he screamed and fell to the ground powerlessly. Seeing that, countless people gasped. It seemed that all of this was real. The martial artists of the Huang family felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the head of the Huang family to be so decisive. There was no hesitation in his expression. It was as if the one being crippled was not the Huang family's martial artist. Terrifying, too terrifying. The disciples of the Huang family would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Then, one by one, the elders screamed and fell to the ground. Behind them were the martial artists of the younger generation. Looking at the honorables of the younger generation, the head of the Huang family revealed a strange light in his eyes. These were the geniuses of the Huang family, the hope of the future. In the next moment, his palms trembled slightly. His eyes flickered, and he quickly attacked. His back was facing Lin Xian and the rest, so no one could see his expression. Bang! The young man of the Huang family fell to the ground and screamed. However, Lin Xian snorted and frowned. Humph! The head of the Huang family is really something. Lin Xian snorted. He bent his finger and flicked a sharp sword wave. It instantly pierced through the young man of the Huang family. A bloody hole appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Seeing that, everyone was stunned. The martial artists of the Huang family roared crazily. Why? We have already crippled his cultivation. Why do you still want to kill him? Crippled his cultivation? What a joke! Do you think he really crippled his cultivation? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. However, the face of the head of the Huang family became extremely ugly. Chapter 908. His eyes were filled with shock. He had indeed done something, and did not cripple the young man's cultivation. He had done it very secretly, but he did not expect the other party to see through it. In the next moment, a huge fear rose in his heart. The young man above was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Their Huang family was really an idiot to provoke such an opponent. I didn't kill so many of you. Why did I only kill him? You don't understand, but I think Patriarch Huang should understand very well. Don't play tricks in front of me. Otherwise, it won't be just one person who dies. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing that, the Huang family patriarch's body trembled, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. There were so many people in the Huang family, and there were dozens of venerables. Among them, most of them were old monsters, and a small number were young people. As for those elders, he had indeed crippled their cultivation. However, those young people were different. He had only sealed their cultivation, and they could be unsealed at any time in the future. Those young people were the hope of the Huang family. As long as they escaped this disaster, they would soon rise again. The method he used was very special. If one did not investigate carefully, they would not have noticed it at all. That was also the reason why he had to do it himself. However, all of his plans were seen through by Lin Xian at a glance. That made him extremely terrified. Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the The Huang family patriarch quickly said, "Young Master Lin, don't worry. I won't play any tricks again." Not long after, screams sounded in the Huang family mansion. One after another, it made one's scalp tingle. A total of 43 venerables had their cultivation crippled. All 43 of the Huang family's venerables had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not feel any pity. These people deserved it. If it were not for his strength, he would have been killed by these people. Now, he only crippled their cultivation. The Huang family mansion was filled with screams. When the Huang family patriarch saw this, his body trembled. He knew that the Huang family was finished. In the next moment, Lin Xian flicked out another sword wave and fiercely bombarded the Huang family patriarch's dantian, breaking his spiritual sea. "Let's go." Then he waved his hand and left with 200 venerables. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They held their breaths and looked towards the sky. They wanted to know where Lin Xian would go next. From the previous conversation, they knew that Lin Xian was here to take revenge for being hunted down. The Huang clan was not the only one hunting him down. The Lung clan and the Wanxiang auction were also involved. He just didn't know which family Lin Xian was going to attack. The void fluctuated and trembled intensely, as if it couldn't withstand this wave of power. 200 supreme experts rampaged through the air, and a terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. That direction? It's the Wanxiang auction. Seeing the trajectory of Lin Xian and the others in the sky, the martial artists below were shocked and cried out in surprise. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would attack the Lung clan, but they did not expect him to attack the Wanxiang auction first. One had to know that the Lung clan's strength was on par with the Huang clan. There was no way they could resist. However, the Wanxiang auction was different. Not only was it an auction house, it also had a powerful force behind it. Their strength was much stronger than the Lung clan and the Huang clan. No one expected Lin Xian to ignore the Lung clan and attack the powerful Wanxiang auction directly. The scene was too spectacular. 200 supreme experts in the sky walked through the air with a terrifying pressure, and the martial artists below followed them like a flood. Soon, the crowd arrived near the Wanxiang auction. The people of the Wanxiang auction naturally saw the scene, and their faces instantly turned gloomy. Countless martial artists quickly gathered together and formed a force to fight against the 200 supreme experts in the sky. However, although they were powerful, they could not gather 200 supreme experts in a short period of time. Hence, when the two forces collided, the martial artists of the Wanxiang auction were all sent flying and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even the powerful Wanxiang auction could not resist him. At this moment, an old man in a red robe flew out from the auction house and shouted coldly, "Thief, don't be so arrogant!" Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Why didn't you think I was arrogant when you chased after me several times? Why didn't you think you were arrogant when you snatched the Lone Star sword from me? Now that you're here, you can't take it anymore and feel aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. "Let me tell you, I'm going to be arrogant today." Lin Xian's voice was cold, and it turned into countless sword qi that was extremely sharp, sweeping across the area. Bang! Even the old man in the red robe was forced back a few steps, his face full of shock. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be so terrifying and much stronger than before. In fact, this was normal. Lin Xian had been through life and death battles these days, and these battles were the best at stimulating a martial artist's strength. If his strength did not increase, then it would be unreasonable. "Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, and the force you brought is also very powerful. However, compared to our auction house, you're nothing." The old man in the red robe held his chest and said coldly, "Although you can fight your way into the Wanxiang auction today, I want to tell you that we have a terrifying force behind us, and you can't fight against it. Even now, you're still threatening me. Do you think I'll believe you?" Lin Xian sneered and looked down. Whether you believe it or not, I want to tell you that we're Prince Ling Feng's men. Prince Ling Feng! Hearing this, the crowd trembled violently. Prince Ling Feng was one of the 4 princes of the Tianwu continent. He was a true peerless genius. Regardless of strength, identity, or status, he was superior to everyone else. This kind of person was an existence that countless martial artists looked up to. Although the crowd had guessed countless times that the Wanxiang auction was related to Prince Ling Feng, they did not have any evidence. This was the first time that the Wanxiang auction had publicly announced that they were Prince Ling Feng's subordinate force. Many people started to worry for Lin Xian. Prince Ling Feng was a transcendent figure, and he was not someone that 200 honorable realm experts could fight against. It would be impossible for him to touch the Wanxiang auction. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the red-robed elder laughed maniacally. "Kid, did you hear that? Kneel down and apologize now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, if you anger us, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Who was Prince Ling Feng? He was one of the most powerful people in the younger generation of the continent. Even if it was his subordinate force, he was not someone that anyone could provoke. Therefore, the red-robed elder believed that as long as he mentioned Prince Ling Feng's name, Lin Xian would definitely kneel down and kowtow in fear. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. Lin Xian was not as afraid as he had imagined. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression. "Are you done?" Lin Xian sneered. "Yes, I'm done. So are you afraid now?" The red-robed elder's expression was ferocious. "If you're done, then die." Lin Xian's expression was cold. With a wave of his hand, the 200 honorable realm experts behind him released a terrifying force, forming a giant fist that smashed downwards. Chapter 909. What? The red-robed old man was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack so decisively after mentioning Prince Ling Feng's name. Lin Xian was looking down on Prince Ling Feng. The surrounding cultivators felt their eyelids twitching. This was too shocking. Even Prince Ling Feng was looking down on him. This Lin Xian was too arrogant. "Kid, you are dead meat. How dare you attack us? Prince Ling Feng will not forgive you." The red-robed old man screamed. However, his figure did not stop as he quickly flew to the side. What a joke! How could he resist the attack of 200 martial highnesses? Not only him. All the cultivators in the Wanxiang auction house fled in all directions like frightened rabbits. With a heaven-shaking strike, the majestic hall was reduced to ashes. The scene was too shocking. A moment ago, it was a landmark of wind-seeking city. However, in the blink of an eye, it had been flattened. No, nothing was left. Upon seeing this, the red-robed old man's eyelids twitched. It seemed like Lin Xian had really attacked. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would be afraid, and at the very least he would stop and retreat. Despite that, he did not expect the man to destroy the Wanxiang auction house with a single punch without any hesitation. Such decisiveness caused the red-robed old man's heart to beat rapidly. In the sky, 200 martial highnesses attacked, forming rays of light that covered the sky as they charged toward the Wanxiang auction house. Upon seeing this, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and swallowed their saliva. How was this a battle? This was a one-sided massacre. Humph! Which scoundrel are you? Stop! Just as the people of the Wanxiang auction house were in despair, a thunderous snort could be heard. Following this, dozens of figures flew toward the auction house from afar like phantoms. These people had powerful auras. Many of them were third-layer martial highnesses. Their expressions were cold as they looked down on everything. However, when they arrived near the Wanxiang auction house, they were still shocked. The presence of 200 martial highnesses was no joke. "Master Lu, you are finally here." When the red-robed old man saw those people, he immediately cried out in joy. He led the people from the Wanxiang auction house and quickly gathered around those men in black. "Brat, you dare to touch young Master Ling Feng's people. You have guts. Lord Lu said coldly, "Don't say such useless things. No matter who comes today, the Wanxiang auction will be destroyed." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, carrying an unquestionable tone. This attitude caused the newly arrived black-clothed martial artists' eyelids to twitch wildly. What an arrogant brat! They had never seen anyone who dared to disrespect Prince Lingfeng. "Brat, you've destroyed the Wanxiang auction, but you can't kill these people. I'm bringing them back. Do you think I won't kill him just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Why didn't you say anything when I was hunting you down?" Lin Xian was also furious. Leave none of these people alive. He was indeed angry. These people were so resolute when they tried to kill him. Now that they couldn't beat him, they wanted to retreat safely? How could there be such an easy thing in the world? Hearing this, Official Lu's eyelids twitched wildly. Lunatic! This is AF * King Lunatic. In the next moment, he saw countless honorable martial artists swarming towards them. This was a battle without any suspense. Even if the Wanxiang auction had reinforcements, the outcome could not be changed. Not long after, the people of the Wanxiang auction were all killed. The martial artists that Official Lu brought were also covered in scars. "Let's go." Official Lu roared angrily and led the remaining people to escape quickly, like stray dogs. "Brother Xian, should we chase after them and kill them?" Wang Li asked from the side. "Forget it. We're only dealing with the Wanxiang auction. Let's not touch the others for now." Then the 200 people cleaned up the battlefield and gathered together again. Lin Xian waved his arm and a sword light flickered at the tip of his finger. The sword chi crisscrossed and carved the words "Immortal Martial Auction" on the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts beat wildly. It seemed that the other party did not intend to stop here. "Brother Xian, this is—" Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and asked, "It's nothing. The Wanxiang auction is no longer here, but our auction will be built here." Immortal Martial Auction. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian actually wanted to build an auction and use the name Immortal Martial Auction. This was thought-provoking. Was it his own idea, or was it Senma College's idea? If it was Lin Xian's idea, then it would be easy to handle. However, if it was Senma College's idea, then it would be disastrous. Even if the Wanxiang auction was destroyed, they would not be able to get back at them. One had to know that although Prince Lingfeng was powerful, it was only limited to the younger generation. Senma College was the real overlord, unless Prince Lingfeng used the power of the Palace of Ares. Hearing that Lin Xian wanted to build an auction, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also excited. If it was really built, then it would be very beneficial to them. "Let's go to the Lung clan." Lin Xian did not waste any time and led everyone to the Lung clan. The Lung clan had been waiting for a long time. They knew very well that the Huang clan was from the Wanxiang auction. The more they knew, the more afraid they were. The Lung clan was weaker than the Wanxiang auction and was only on par with the Huang clan. However, the most powerful Wanxiang auction had been razed to the ground, and no one had escaped. This made them tremble in fear. After thinking about it, they decided that they could only save their lives by using the Huang clan's method. Unlike the Huang clan, they still had time to save their clansmen. At this moment, only the Venerables were left in the Lung clan. The martial artists below the Venerable realm had already been transferred. They were not here for revenge, but for the continuation of their clan. Not only that, but there were also mountains of treasures in front of them. "They're here! They're here!" An elder of the Lung clan looked at the sky and said with a trembling voice. Then everyone from the Lung clan looked up into the sky and saw countless people flying over. They were like dark clouds. In the next moment, the dark cloud stopped and a handsome figure walked out from the crowd. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He looked down and squinted his eyes. "Are you all ready?" "Yes. All the Venerables of the Lung clan are here." Lin Xian nodded. There were only these people left in the Lung clan, which meant that all the martial artists below the Venerable Realm had left. Lin Xian did not care about this. He flicked his finger, and countless rays of sword qi rushed out like real dragons and rushed down. The martial artists of the Lung clan did not dare to resist. They could only watch as the sword qi rushed into their dantian and destroyed their spiritual seas. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and took away the mountains of treasures. Then he led the crowd and left. Looking at the leaving figures, the martial artists in the city had complicated expressions. They did not expect the 3 major factions of the Windy City to be destroyed in a single day. Furthermore, the person who did this was a second Venerable Realm. This was crazy and shocking. Windy City would not be peaceful in the future. Chapter 910. Lin Xian left Wenfeng City with 200 honorable ones. He didn't return to Senmu College directly. Instead, he went to Feihu City. Feihu City and Qingyan City used to belong to the Azure Red Society, but they were taken over by Lin Xian not long ago. The other party wouldn't let it go so easily, and he was here to solve this problem. The gathering of 200 honorable ones caused a huge commotion. Countless warriors in Feihu City looked at this scene in horror and couldn't help but want to kneel down. At this moment, Nangong Shen Marulong and the others quickly came out of Feihu City. When they saw the figure above, they shouted excitedly, "Brother Xian! Brother Ma! Brother Nangong, long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Xian greeted them with a smile. He had sent people to pick up these 2 people from the Sand region. They had been in Feihu City for some time now. Lin Xian thought that the Sand region was too remote, so it was better to focus on developing in the Blood region. Moreover, he also wanted to move the Sand region's battle arena to the Blood region. That was why he brought Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong here. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong estimated that the people from the Azure Red Society would come over in a few days. In a few days? All right, I'll stay here for a few days, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he brought 200 people to stay in Feihu City. The people from the Azure Red Society were furious. 2 of their cities had been taken away by someone. This was not giving them any face at all. This was a provocation. The Azure Red Society had never encountered such a situation before. However, due to the incident at the Wanshan auction, they didn't take action immediately. Instead, they waited until now. Soon, the Azure Red Society sent out an elite team led by 5 third-rank honorable ones, 22nd-rank honorable ones, and countless members. The group of people set off towards Feihu City. They were determined to take back the city. This team was already very terrifying. To them, it was as easy as flipping their hand to kill the other party. The Red Flower Emissary was the leader of this operation. At the same time, he was also a third-rank honorable one and was very powerful. He was furious that someone dared to rob the Flying Tiger City. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. This time, he would definitely kill the other party and let everyone know that the Azure Red Society was not to be trifled with. After a long journey, Safflower Emissary and the others finally arrived at Flying Tiger City. Looking at the city below, Safflower Emissary sneered. Then he circulated his spirit chi and shouted, "Who is it? How dare you go against our Azure Red Gang? Come out now and accept your death." This voice contained the might of a rank 3 honorable realm cultivator, and it was extremely mighty as it charged downwards. He sneered in his heart. The strongest cultivator in Flying Tiger City was only a 2nd stage venerated martial artist. A 3rd stage venerated martial artist would definitely be an overlord here. He was afraid that this shout would scare the other party to death. Hearing this terrifying sound, the martial artists in the city trembled. But their expressions were extremely strange. There was even a hint of sympathy in his expression. They personally saw 200 supreme experts descend a few days ago. That scene was terrifying, something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The terrifying voice was like thunder and it rolled out. However, there was actually no change below and no one even came out. Seeing this scene, Safflower Emissary's face darkened. He snorted coldly and was about to lead his men to attack. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over. "You're from the Azure Red Gang? Why are there so few of you here?" This voice was ethereal with a trace of disdain. "So few of you." Safflower Emissary was stunned. He had brought a total of 50 to 60 people. Among them, there were 5 third-stage venerated martial artists, 22nd-stage venerated martial artists, and the rest were first-stage venerated martial artists and spirit-detecting martial artists. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Taking down Flying Tiger City was not a problem at all. In fact, Safflower Emissary even felt that he could easily take down Flying Tiger City as long as he sent a third-stage venerated martial artist. The reason why they had sent so many people this time was to show the outside world the strength of their Azure Red Gang. They would not allow others to provoke them. However, at this moment they were actually being called weak. How could they tolerate this? "You're courting death. Third brother, go down and kill everyone," Safflower Emissary said coldly. Soon, a skinny middle-aged man walked out. He also exuded the aura of a third-stage venerated martial artist, and it was extremely fierce. This middle-aged man sneered and quickly charged down. Safflower Emissary and the rest waited with cold smiles. In their opinion, it would only take a few breaths of time to finish off the people below. Bang! Suddenly a low sound was heard. Then, a black figure flew out like a rubber ball. Everywhere it passed, blood splattered. It was extremely dazzling. Third brother? How is this possible? The Azure Red Gang members were stunned, and Safflower Emissary screamed. He did not expect that the injured person who flew back was actually one of their own. However, how was this possible? Third brother was a third-stage venerated martial artist, and he was extremely powerful. Even a martial artist of the same level could not injure him in an instant. Who exactly was down there? It was actually so terrifying. Could it be a fourth-stage venerated martial artist? Safflower Emissary was shocked and doubtful. However, he quickly rejected this thought. If it was really a fourth-stage venerated martial artist, he would probably be able to finish them off with just his aura. Safflower Emissary's face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "Everyone listen up. Charge with me." He was indeed furious. His man had been injured in front of so many people. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to the Azure Red Gang. This time, they were here to regain their dignity. Hence, without any hesitation, Safflower Emissary led a group of martial artists and charged down. Buzz! The void was mercilessly torn apart, and a terrifying aura spread out. The martial artists below trembled and fled. Third brother, who had been injured, followed them. However, his face was extremely ugly because he had not seen the other party clearly when he went down just now. He had been thrown out by a huge force. It was too humiliating. As a third-stage venerated martial artist, he had never encountered such a situation before. Hence, this time he followed the main group down. He had to take revenge. Competing in numbers? Do you think you can compete? The disdainful voice was heard again. Then a terrifying aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. It suddenly rushed out and turned into a huge wave that surged towards the Azure Red Gang. Bang! The two forces collided, and the sound was deafening. The entire void was drowned, and the turbulence surged, blowing the surrounding buildings away. In the next moment, Safflower Emissary and the other members of the Azure Red Gang were shocked. They felt that what was surging towards them was not an air current, but a primordial demon mountain. It was too terrifying. It directly hit them. They could not resist the powerful force at all. Boom! In the next moment, all the martial artists of the Azure Red Gang vomited blood and were sent flying. What? This is impossible. Safflower Emissary flew back a few hundred feet before he could stabilize himself. He was shocked. He was crazy. He was really going crazy. He had brought so many people with him, and it was enough to crush everything. However, he was mercilessly sent flying back. In the face of such a huge force, they had no ability to resist at all. In fact, he did not even see who the other party was. Chapter 9:11. Red Flower Emissary and the others were terrified because they'd never seen such a thing before. Who exactly are they? They're so terrifying. At this moment, countless cultivators from the Azure Red Society racked their brains, but they couldn't figure it out. However, in the next moment, they screamed as their bodies stiffened, and they almost fell from the sky. People, they were all people. There was a black mass in front of them, and every single one of them had an extremely powerful aura. All of them had reached the Venerable Realm. So many Venerable Realm cultivators joined together, like a demonic cloud that suppressed the sky. The terrifying aura condensed together like a primeval demonic mountain that was unattainable. Venerable Realm cultivators. 200 Venerable Realm cultivators. Red Flower Emissary and the others were quite knowledgeable, and they instantly saw the number of people. However, their hearts trembled violently right after that. 200 Venerable Realm cultivators, and most of them were second-level Venerable Realm cultivators. What kind of force was this? They didn't hesitate to say that it would be extremely easy for these people to kill them. Even though they had 5 third-level Venerable Realm cultivators, how many could a third-level Venerable Realm cultivator resist? 10 people? 20 people? 30 people? There were 200 people on the other side. They could probably crush them to death with their numbers alone. Unless a 4th-level Venerable Realm cultivator came, they had no chance of winning. You're from the Azure Red Society. Lin Xian stepped into the air and looked coldly at them. What? It's you. Red Flower Emissary's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He looked at the young man before him with great shock in his heart. He'd seen this young man before. Even 2 months ago, he'd captured him in Soaring Tiger City. However, he'd let that young man escape at that time. At that time, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, that young man was just a kid who just entered the Venerable Realm. However, he'd appeared again now, and he'd brought 200 Venerable Realm cultivators with him. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian naturally recognized them as well, but he didn't say anything and just asked indifferently, "Oh, may I know why you're here?" "No, it's nothing. We're just passing by. We've really offended you this time, so we'll leave immediately." Red Flower Emissary's attitude was extremely humble, and he didn't put on any airs at all. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with those people without looking back. Originally, they came to conquer the Flying Tiger City, but they didn't dare to say anything in this situation. If they did, they would be beaten to death in minutes. Looking at the fleeing figures, Lin Xian sneered. 2 months ago, he couldn't beat them, but now they could only take a detour when they saw him. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. However, at least the other party was tactful enough to not make a move. Otherwise, the one who would have died would have been the other party. The people he brought with him were not ordinary venerables. They were all geniuses from Senmu College. These people had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. It would be too easy for them to deal with the Cyan Red Society. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong burst into laughter. With Lin Xian's protection, they would be able to develop rapidly in Flying Tiger City and Green Rock City. The leader of the Azure Red Society, Lu Qing, was a 4th-rank Venerable Realm cultivator. With such strength, he could be considered an overlord. When he heard the message that Safflower Emissary brought back, his face instantly darkened. A 200-life Venerable Realm cultivator was definitely a powerful force. Even he would have to expend a lot of effort. Moreover, someone who could bring out so many venerables must have an extraordinary background. There was no need for him to take this risk and fight with the other party. It was just 2 cities. At most, he would give them up. After all, the Blood Realm was so big. There would be plenty of opportunities to get cities. Therefore, he ordered everyone not to stir up trouble. Hearing this order, Safflower Emissary heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to Flying Tiger City. It was too terrifying. He was traumatized. After staying for a few more days, Lin Xian realized that the people from the Azure Red Society didn't come again. He knew that this matter was resolved. After leaving some resources and spirit stones, Lin Xian prepared to leave with his people. These two cities would become one of his bases. Ma Rulong and Nangong would develop them. Usually, the disciples of Senma College would come to help to ensure the safety of these places. Lin Xian wasn't worried about leaving the matters of the cities to Nangong and the others. Moreover, he didn't have the energy to manage these things. He just needed to control the general direction. After everything was settled, Lin Xian brought his people back to Senmu College. Along the way, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. Lin Xian's strength was too shocking. First, he destroyed the 3 major forces in Windy City. Then he scared away the people from the Azure Red Society. Very few people in the younger generation could achieve this kind of power. Moreover, after a few days of hard work, Flying Tiger City and Green Rock City had completely become their territory. Not only that, but there would also be a celestial martial auction in Windy City. These were all powerful resources. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited because they could use these resources. After returning to Senmu College, the crowd dispersed. Lin Xian also flew to his courtyard. However, he was stunned when he entered the courtyard because he noticed that there was actually a figure standing in the courtyard. Lin Xian frowned. His courtyard was protected by a formation. However, at this moment, someone was able to break through his formation. He couldn't help but be surprised. Before Lin Xian could open his mouth to ask, the figure had already turned around and stared at Lin Xian coldly. It was a very handsome young man. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were sharp. His figure was tall and straight and he had a sharp aura. "You are Lin Xian?" the young man asked calmly. "I am Lin Xian. Who are you?" It's not good to barge into a courtyard. "I'm here to tell you to stay away from Morong Qingcheng. I don't need you to care about what I do I?" Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard the other party's domineering tone. "It's not a matter of whether I care or not. You are not worthy of her," the handsome young man said arrogantly. "I don't need you to worry about whether I'm worthy or not. If you want to pursue Morong Qingcheng, go ahead. There's no need to feel superior to me," Lin Xian said coldly. He yearned for freedom and hated such a commanding tone. However, the handsome young man was not angry at all. Instead, he said calmly, "You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. However, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. You can't even compare to me. What right do you have to pursue Morong Qingcheng? You? Who are you?" Lin Xian frowned. Up until now, he had no idea who the other party was. Li Yunfei. You should have heard of this name before. Li Yunfei. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Of course, he had heard of this name before. In fact, he was very familiar with it. However, he had never met the person in person. He had not expected the handsome young man in front of him to be Li Yunfei. He was ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Chapter 9:12. "It seems like you already know who I am," Li Yunfei said calmly. "You'd better listen to my warning. Otherwise, you'll look bad in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Xian to react before his figure flashed and instantly vanished from the courtyard, like a wisp of smoke. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect the second place on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard to warn him. That was a blatant threat. However, Lin Xian was born with a rebellious nature. The more he was not allowed to do something, the more he would do it. Li Yunfei? Second place on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? One day I'll surpass you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was not boasting. He was confident. He had the great dragon sword soul, an offensive saint technique. As long as he was given time, He could surpass everyone. Then he rubbed his forehead and looked at the courtyard beside him. He felt helpless. She was indeed a peerless beauty. She really knew how to cause trouble. It was not that there were no suitors for Morong Qingcheng, such as Yan Qingyang. However, Lin Xian did not take them to heart. Now, even the second place on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard had appeared. It seemed that he had underestimated Morong Qingcheng's attractiveness. Rubbing his face, Lin Xian did not think about it anymore. Instead, he strode into the room. He raised his hand and formed a restriction. Then he sat down cross-legged. First, he meditated for a while to adjust his body to its peak state. Then he flipped his palm and a crystal skull appeared in his hand. Its surface was smooth and flowed, emitting a sparkling light. If one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to sense a hidden pressure. Lin Xian used his soul power to probe it a few times. Then he frowned slightly. He realized that the crystal skull seemed to contain a powerful force. However, the energy was very blurry and he could not figure it out. Lin Xian was very curious about the crystal skull. Firstly, it seemed to be related to the 10,000 beast sting. Secondly, according to the Crimson Dragon, the crystal skull was most likely the head of the Niwa of Gojoseon. The Niwa of Gojoseon was a king. If this crystal skull was really the skull of a king, then its value would be too great. Until now, no one had heard of anyone obtaining the corpse of a king. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His soul force transformed into a sharp sword and pierced towards the crystal skeleton. However, it was quickly rebounded. The void trembled, and a sharp ripple burst out from the crystal skull, cutting the space apart. A deep trench appeared on the floor of Lin Xian's room. The entire room was cut in half. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the crystal skull in his hand in shock. Don't waste your energy, kid. There is a powerful seal inside the crystal skeleton. You can't open it with your current strength, the Crimson Dragon said. Seal. Lin Xian frowned. If there is a seal, does that mean there is something inside the crystal skull? Indeed, it should be energy or inheritance. Energy? Inheritance? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He liked the inheritance of a king the most. Just by looking at the blood sword inheritance, he knew how powerful it was. Is there a way to open it? Lin Xian asked. Yes. You can open it when you are strong enough, the Crimson Dragon said. Damn, is there a faster way? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. After arriving at the Exalt Realm, every single advancement was extremely difficult, and it required great fortuitous encounters. There are other ways. Since you are not strong enough, you can borrow external forces. External forces? You mean other people? Lin Xian frowned. He did not want others to know about this. You don't need other people. For example, lightning tribulations or something. You just need to be struck by lightning. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Lightning tribulations? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Was this a common thing? He glared at the Crimson Dragon. He felt that the other party was deliberately teasing him. What method do you have? Tell me quickly. The mountain of flames you went to last time is not bad, the Crimson Dragon said slowly. According to my speculation, you only went to the periphery. With your current strength, you should be able to go deeper. When the time comes, you just need to attract the flames and break the seal. Okay, then I will try tomorrow. Lin Xian put away the crystal skull. He was extremely impatient and even a little impatient. After all, this was the head of a king tier, and what was sealed inside was definitely something good. The next morning, Lin Xian set off for the Mountain of Flames. The terrifying Mountain of Flames was still very spectacular. Before he even got close, the monstrous flames were already rushing towards him. However, Lin Xian was much stronger this time, so the flames on the periphery did not affect him much. Moreover, he had formed a second martial soul, the Ice Lotus. It was even easier for him to resist the flames. With a thought, a wisp of cold air surged in his body and immediately eliminated the heat. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the Mountain of Flames. However, he did not stop. Instead, he flew all the way into the depths of the Mountain of Flames. According to the Crimson Dragon, he had only been to the periphery last time. This time he wanted to see where the real inner area was. Moreover, Lin Xian had asked others. The Mountain of Flames was a sacred cultivation ground of Senmu College. It was highly respected by Senmu College's disciples. Not only fire attribute martial artists, but other martial artists also liked to cultivate here. This was because the flames here could temper their spirit power and make it purer. It could even train their bodies and strengthen their blood. This kind of effect was what every martial artist yearned for even in their dreams. Lin Xian did not know this before, so he did not enter through the usual entrance. However, it was different this time. He had asked specifically, so he naturally would not go the wrong way. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the place where he had stopped last time. He had originally felt that this place was extremely hot, but now he did not feel anything. As he walked further in, the temperature became even higher. Not long after, he saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely red and covered with red-veined patterns. A wave of boiling heat was emitted from it. There were also a few large red words written on it. Mountain of Flames, second level. Looking at the stone tablet, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the boundary between the first and second levels. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he entered the second level. Indeed, the temperature of the second level was much more terrifying than that of the first level. Even an ordinary second-level venerable would not be able to withstand the heat wave. However, Lin Xian did not feel anything. He used the power of ice, and his body was filled with an icy aura that blocked all the heat outside. With a step, his speed became even faster as he rushed towards the third level. There was also a purplish-red stone tablet at the boundary between the third and second level. However, this stone tablet was much larger than the previous one. Moreover, there were many martial artists gathered in front of the stone tablet at this moment. Lin Xian was curious and quickly rushed over. He wanted to see what had attracted the attention of these people. Chapter 9:13. The people who were originally surrounding the stone tablet turned around when they heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind them. When they saw Lin Xian, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Then they forced a smile. "It's Junior Brother Lin." "Brother Lin, I've heard so much about you." The group smiled and greeted him. Although Lin Xian was a new student, his life and death battle with Yan Qingfeng had made him famous in the entire academy. Lin Xian was only at the second heaven at that time, but he was able to kill Yan Qingfeng, who was at the third heaven of the Venerable Realm. This was absolutely shocking. Moreover, Lin Xian's current ranking was not weak. He was a powerhouse who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. Such a person would be fought over and respected wherever he went. "What are you looking at?" Lin Xian greeted them with a smile. Then he asked curiously. This was the boundary marker of the Blazing Mountain. Wherever there was a boundary marker, it meant that one could enter the next level. "I know that, but what do the names on it mean?" Lin Xian asked. He realized that this stone tablet was not only bigger than the previous one, but there was also more information on it. "Oh, the names on it are also a kind of ranking. It's similar to the Mystic Venerable leaderboard, but it's not a ranking of one's cultivation. It's a ranking of one's level in the Blazing Mountain." "I see." Lin Xian nodded. Then he looked carefully. The next moment he saw many familiar names. Although this was a ranking of one's level in the Blazing Mountain, most of them were ranked according to the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. Dugu Outyan was ranked first. He had already reached the 8th level. Next was Li Yunfei, 7th level. Chi Hao, 6th level. Red Buddha, 6th level. Willow Lance, 6th level. Behind each name was a corresponding level in the Blazing Mountain. This ranking was a kind of strength and honor. It was a method used by the Academy to stimulate the Senmu College disciples. Not only that, But Lin Xian also discovered something interesting. There were many unfamiliar names on it, but those names did not appear on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. What did this mean? This meant that many powerful people did not appear on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. It was not that they were not powerful, but they did not want to. This was a real low-key guy. Although there were great benefits to being listed on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, such as being able to receive the support of powerful spiritual energy and gaining a great reputation, there were also many disadvantages. All the people on the list had been studied countless times. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, strength. He was used to waiting before making his move. Most likely, everything had already been figured out by others. Although everyone had their own trump cards and secrets, most of them were still revealed. It should be known that not everyone was willing to reveal this information. At the very least, from these unfamiliar names, it could be seen that many powerful fellows did not want to be listed on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. As expected of Senmu College, there were many hidden talents. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that he had underestimated the disciples of Senmu College. He had only paid attention to the mysterious Venerable leaderboard and had neglected the low-key, strong fighters. In addition to those unfamiliar names, there were two other names that caught Lin Xian's attention. One of them was naturally Dugo Outyan, who was ranked first. Only he had reached the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. The other person was Li Yunfei, who was ranked second. Although he had not reached the 8th level, he had reached the 7th level. He was second only to Dugo Outyan and had left everyone else in the dust. Lin Xian paid special attention to these two people. However, the reason was different. He paid attention to Dugo Outyan because he had almost become a legend in the college. As for Li Yunfei, he paid attention to him because of the warning he had received the day before. Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied. He would return the warning he had received the day before. I wonder how many levels I can reach. Lin Xian was suddenly interested in the Blazing Mountain. If it had been before, he would not have had much confidence. However, things were different now. His ice martial soul could greatly restrain the heat of the flames. He might be able to create a miracle. After waving to the others, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly entered the 3rd level. Very quickly, he entered the 4th level and then the 5th level. Lin Xian flew all the way without stopping. The 4th level required one to be at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm, while the 5th level required one to be at the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm. However, this was not absolute. A 2nd level Venerables with heaven-defying strength like Lin Xian could naturally enter. Feeling the terrifying heat of the 5th level, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that this was not his limit. Therefore, he looked deeper into the 6th level. In the Blazing Mountain, other than Dugo Outyan and Li Yunfei, the highest the others had reached was the 6th level. Lin Xian estimated that with his strength, he could definitely reach the 6th level. Therefore, he quickly set off for the 6th level. Boom! As soon as he entered the 6th level, a terrifying flame surged over. The flame was too terrifying. It carried an extremely terrifying power as if it wanted to burn everything. Ordinary 3rd level Venerables could not withstand it at all. They would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. As expected of the 6th level, it was extremely powerful. The neighbor exclaimed. At the same time, he did not stay idle. He waved his hand and shot out an icy power. A frost lotus blossomed in his hand, releasing a terrifying power of frost that collided with the oncoming flames. As ice and fire collided, sizzling sounds could be heard. White fog rose and covered the surroundings. Then the two dissipated at the same time and turned into spiritual energy. After dispersing the flame, Lin Xian looked around. This place was extremely terrifying. There were flames jumping everywhere. The sky was fiery red, and the clouds were completely formed by flames. The space was like a huge steamer, evaporating everything. Lin Xian estimated that only extremely powerful third heaven venerables would be able to stay here. For example, Bingling, Yian, and the other's highest achievement was on the 6th level. Based on this information, Lin Xian knew that the 7th level would be even more terrifying. One had to know that Bingling was also an ice-based martial artist and had the ice bloodline. Even so, she could only stay on the 6th level. One could imagine how terrifying the 7th level would be. However, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. The Crimson Dragon had told him that the flames here were not strong enough to break the seal in the crystal skull. Lin Xian wanted to break the seal in the crystal skull. He wanted to enter the 7th level. That was a seal left behind by a king. He could not resist this temptation. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident in himself. Besides the Ice Lotus martial soul, he also had the Crimson Lotus armor. He believed that although the 7th level was terrifying, he could still enter it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and ran forward again. Soon, the boundary stone of the 7th level appeared in his field of vision. Many martial artists were sitting near the boundary stone. Those who could reach the 6th level were naturally not nobodies. They were all powerful people. Chapter 9:14. These people were strong, but they probably did not have the strength to reach the 7th level. However, they were sitting at the entrance of the 7th level, trying to adapt to the terrifying heat waves on the 7th level as soon as possible so that they could enter the 7th level one day. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of these people. After all, those who could come here were not weaklings. When they saw Lin Xian's face, they were stunned, but they quickly understood. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at level 2, his strength was stronger than most level 3 warriors. Therefore, it was not surprising that he could come here. Many people were even guessing how far Lin Xian could go. This was because the closer they were to the entrance of the 7th level, the more terrifying the temperature was. Therefore, the positions of these people were different. The one closest to the entrance of the 7th level was a warrior who was sitting 10 meters away. His name was Zhang. Although he was not on the dark honorable leaderboard, the fact that he could sit here was enough to show that his strength was absolutely terrifying. He probably surpassed Bingling and the others. The others were sitting 20, 30, 50 meters away. The furthest was 200 meters. These people estimated that with the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could at most reach 150 meters. He would not be able to go any further. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Xian quickly reached 150 meters away, but he did not stop. Instead, he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. What? How is that possible? Did this guy's strength increase again? Many people were shocked. Lin Xian's actions were beyond their expectations. It was obvious that they had underestimated him. It seems that this new student is not to be underestimated. Many people were slightly shocked. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian was very fast. In an instant, he had crossed 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. He still did not stop. This shocked everyone. Even the top 30 on the dark honorable leaderboard could not withstand the heat. In the last 10 meters, Lin Xian did not slow down. Instead, he rushed forward at an even faster speed. What is this guy doing? Even Zhang's heart was beating wildly, and his expression changed drastically. One had to know that 10 meters was his limit. If he went any further, even he wouldn't be able to endure it. However, his opponent still wanted to charge forward. He can't be thinking of entering the 7th floor, right? Someone exclaimed. From the looks of it, it's very likely. Is he crazy? Apart from Li Yunfei and De Guoyan, no one else can enter the 7th floor. When everyone saw Lin Xian's actions, their hearts beat wildly. The other party actually wanted to enter the 7th floor. Wasn't this courting death? There were many geniuses in Senmu College, but only 2 of them had been able to enter the 7th level. One could only imagine how terrifying the 7th level was. Although Lin Xian was strong, he wasn't that strong. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian's current actions were no different from courting death. He's too young. Does he really think he's invincible just because he defeated Yan Qingfeng? That's right. There are many people who can defeat Yan Qingfeng. However, I'm afraid that those people wouldn't dare to enter the 7th level. I guess it won't be long before he regrets it. The crowd shook their heads. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Lin Xian ignored those comments. With a low roar, the power of frost in his body surged and quickly covered his entire body, forming a blue ice armor. At the same time, his fist was also covered with a thick layer of frost. It was like a blue boxing glove, carrying with it a terrifying power of frost. Then he threw out a punch and smashed it in front of him. The power of frost. Who would have thought that he possessed such a powerful power of frost? No wonder he dared to try to enter the 7th level. Seeing this, someone exclaimed. Ice and fire countered each other. If a martial artist had a powerful power of frost in his body, he could naturally restrain fire. These people watched nervously. They didn't know how powerful Lin Xian's power of frost was. It's useless. The flames on the 7th level are very special. Even if you have the power of frost, you might not be able to enter. Zhang Jiang shook his head slightly. As far as he knew, Bingling also had the power of frost. In the end, she also failed to enter the 7th level. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was no exception. Just as these people were discussing, Lin Xian's fist had already landed on the intersection between the 7th and 6th level. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible wave vibrated. A translucent light screen appeared at the intersection, containing a terrifying amount of heat. When the light screen appeared, the nearby martial artists were frightened. Their faces turned pale, let alone entering the 7th level. Lin Xian naturally felt the terrifying heat. Without any hesitation, he quickly summoned his ice lotus martial soul. A blue ice lotus bloomed on his fist. It was crystal clear and chilling. Ice lotus martial soul. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Then the blue ice lotus bloomed and hit the light screen in front of him. Suddenly, a scalp-numbing sound rang out. The translucent light screen fluctuated violently. Every wave emitted a terrifying amount of energy. Zhang Jiang and the rest stood up and quickly retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. This power was too terrifying. They did not dare to take it head-on. However, their eyes were fixed in front of them. Seeing that the light screen did not crack, many people shook their heads. This was just as they had expected. Humph, I knew it. How could he break it open? Yes, although the 30th place on the mysterious sovereign list is powerful, it is not enough here. Does he really think that he is invincible? Many people sneered. Zhang Jiang also shook his head slightly. Indeed, although Lin Xian's power of frost was strong, it was not comparable to Bingling. Even Bingling could not enter. How could Lin Xian enter? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw that his ice lotus martial soul was actually unable to break through the translucent red light screen. However, in the next instant, a red aura quickly surged on his left hand and once again condensed into a fire lotus. The flame lotus also contained a shocking amount of heat. Fire attribute. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They almost bit their tongues off. They had seen dual attribute martial artists before. Some even had 3 attributes. However, this was the first time they had seen dual attribute martial artists. It was hard for them to imagine how these 2 opposite attributes could safely merge into one person's body. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Xian merged the lotuses on his 2 palms. Then, a half-red and half-blue lotus appeared. An extremely strange power was emitted. Boom! Lin Xian's palms danced and hit the light screen in front of him again. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. A crack appeared on the translucent light screen in front of him, and it gradually grew bigger. What? It really broke open. How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. However, Lin Xian looked at the entrance and did not hesitate. He stomped his feet and entered like a sword radiance. Chapter 9:15. Bang! Bang! The terrifying flames were like the waves of the sea, covering the sky and the earth as they surged forward. The flames danced and the ground trembled. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning the entire space. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. The horror of the 7th floor was beyond his imagination. Terrifying flames danced all over the place. Not only was there scorching energy, but there was also a strong pressure that made one feel uncomfortable. Other than the red flames, there was also a light blue flame that emitted a hazy light. The flame was even more terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had the ice spirit martial soul, he could not resist it. Furthermore, the terrain of this place was different from what he had imagined. There were huge stone pillars everywhere, standing there like a forest. What shocked Lin Xian was that the blue flame could easily burn a 3rd-rank honorable realm to death, but it did not burn the stone pillars. It was indeed the 7th floor. It was indeed strange. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he used the red lotus armor shadow to cover his body. The 2 powerful defenses allowed him to stay on the 7th floor. At the same time, he understood why only the 2 of them could enter the 7th floor. The flames here were too terrifying. It would be difficult to resist them with just the power of ice. However, what made him happy was that although the flames here were terrifying, they met the requirements to break the seal. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Then his body swayed and he flew forward like a shadow. Soon he arrived at the stone forest. With a tap of his foot, he landed on a stone pillar like a big bird and sat down cross-legged. Around him, blue flames danced. As he sat down, the blue flames increased and formed clusters of blue flames. They spun around him rapidly and warped the space. Lin Xian looked at the blue flames around him and took a deep breath. Then he circulated his spiritual energy and released a surge of power of ice. All of a sudden, the surrounding flames became restless. They danced with a whoosh, bringing with them terrifying flames. How could they allow the power of ice to exist in such a hot place? In the next moment, the blue flames danced wildly and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression turned grave as he was surrounded by the violent energy. However, he did not block it and allowed the flames to jump towards him. Under this heat, the void became distorted. Countless balls of blue flames surged toward Lin Xian, instantly enveloping him. Pung pung pung. A low rumble was heard. This was the result of the blue flames colliding with the red lotus armor. Kid, if you want to use the heat to temper your body, remove the red lotus armor, the Crimson Dragon said. All right. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he withdrew the phantom of the red lotus armor and used his physical body to resist the blue flames. In an instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body felt like it was about to split apart, and the pain was incomparable. Those blue flames looked small, only the size of a fist, but they contained a terrifying amount of heat, as if they were going to burn him. Lin Xian was so shocked that his small face became distorted. Originally, he was wearing the phantom of the red lotus armor and could not sense the surrounding heat clearly. Now that he had withdrawn the red lotus armor, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in the blue flames. However, since he dared to withdraw the red lotus armor, he was confident that he could resist these flames. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the longevity incantation, unleashing its powerful recovery ability. As long as he did not die, the recovery ability of the longevity incantation would allow Lin Xian to stay here. Blue flames danced and covered the surface of his body. Many of them even burrowed into his body. Suddenly, he felt a tearing pain, as if his body was going to be roasted into a mummy. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as he forcefully endured the pain. This was because he realized that wherever the blue flames burned, the spiritual energy there became more condensed. There was even a strong and comfortable feeling coming from there. Seeing that the blue flames were tempering his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. It felt as if he had eaten a natural treasure. What a powerful effect! Lin Xian felt the changes in his body and was instantly overjoyed. Although there was a tearing pain, it was nothing compared to the changes in his body. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice shook the surroundings. Then, a wave of frost energy surged from the top of his head and shot towards the sky. Come on, I can take it! Lin Xian roared. This provocation enraged the surrounding flames. Countless flames danced and roared as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the crystal skull and placed it in front of him, exposing it to the blue flames. Boom! Countless blue flames danced and charged towards the crystal skull. A low collision sound reverberated like muffled thunder. The crystal skull blossomed with multicolored light, forming a curtain of light that blocked all the flames. What a powerful seal! As expected of the king's skull. Seeing that the crystal skull was actually able to withstand the blue flames, Lin Xian was shocked. However, he continued to release waves of frost energy in all directions, attracting even more flames. I don't believe that I can't blast you away this time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This method was crazy. If someone else was here, they would have wet their pants, because the blue flames were not only attacking the crystal skull, but also Lin Xian. In other words, at the same time that the crystal skull was being attacked, Lin Xian was also being attacked by the blue flames. This was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he could be burned to ashes. Boom! 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 The entire space was being roasted, and there were even cracks in some places. One could imagine how terrifying the blue flames were. However, until now, the blue flames were still unable to blast open the 5-colored light screen formed by the crystal skull. However, it was not completely ineffective. At least, the 5-colored light screen was much dimmer than before. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect the seal to be so powerful. However, at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. With such a powerful seal, there must be something good inside. This made him even more determined to get his hands on it. The blue flames were very intelligent. Seeing that they could not blast open the 5-colored light screen after such a long time, they were incomparably furious. Countless flames gathered to form a blue spear that emitted flowing light. It ruthlessly pierced towards the crystal skull. The entire spear was sparkling and translucent. It was completely composed of flames and contained a terrifying amount of heat. It was like the spear of a demon god as it rapidly descended. A thunderous sound rang out, causing the entire stone forest to tremble. The 5-colored light screen suddenly bloomed with light, forming a huge force that sent the blue flame spear flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crystal skull's light shone even brighter as if it was enraged. In its 2 eye sockets, a 5-colored light condensed and pulsated. Chapter 9:16. The crystal skull seemed to have come alive. It emitted an even more resplendent light, resisting the blue flames around it. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect the crystal skull's seal to be so powerful. The blue flame spear just now had threatened his life, but he didn't expect it to fail to break the crystal skull seal. One could imagine how terrifying the seal of a king was. However, he still underestimated the seal left behind by a king. For 2 whole days, the blue flames couldn't break through the 5-colored light screen. Not only that, but Lin Xian was even more miserable. He suffered for 2 whole days in the blue flames. It was hellish torture. The terrifying flames almost made him faint several times. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now his body was charred black like charcoal. It made one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the art of longevity had a terrifying recovery ability. Otherwise, he would have become a dried corpse long ago. However, the hellish burning also had a huge effect on him. His body shook, and the old black skin on his body fell off, revealing new skin. His streamlined muscles were full of power, and his face was sparkling and translucent. Moreover, his skin was more delicate than before. After 2 days of hellish tempering, Lin Xian's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. With his current physique, even if he didn't use any defense, ordinary second-level venerables wouldn't be able to harm him at all. The strength of his body was comparable to those venerables who specialized in body tempering. Actually, this was very normal. The blue flames were too terrifying, and they had a mysterious power. No matter who it was, if they could endure for 2 days, their body would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. Of course, apart from Lin Xian, there probably weren't many people who could endure for 2 days here. However, what made his teeth ache was that the crystal skull's seal still hadn't been broken. F***CK, what kind of seal is this? It's too powerful. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had been bombarding it for 2 days, but nothing happened to the crystal skull. Why don't we go in and try again? The Crimson Dragon said. That's the only way. Lin Xian stood up and looked toward the depths of the 7th floor. In that place, there were even more stone forests covering the entire area. Moreover, the temperature there was even higher and more terrifying. With a flash, Lin Xian left the place and flew into the distance. The deeper he went, the darker the flames became, and the higher the temperature. In the end, even though Lin Xian's body had been tempered for 2 days, he couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, the surrounding flames changed from light blue to dark blue, like the sea of stars, incomparably deep. The heat it contained was also terrifying. Every trace of it made one's heart beat wildly, and they didn't dare to be careless. Lin Xian was sure that even a 3rd heaven venerate would be turned into ashes instantly if they came here. Looking around, Lin Xian was shocked. He took out a mid-grade spirit rank artifact from his storage ring, and in just a short moment, the mid-grade spirit rank artifact turned into a pool of molten iron. This is it. Lin Xian didn't dare to go any further because his body couldn't hold on any longer. If he went any further, there was a possibility that he would explode at any moment. Sitting down cross-legged again, Lin Xian took out the crystal skull and used the previous method to temper his body while bombarding the crystal skull seal. Just like that, another 2 days passed. The crystal skull's seal still hadn't been broken, but Lin Xian's physique had become stronger. Now he could adapt to the temperature of the dark blue flames, so he decided to go deeper. With a flash, Lin Xian moved forward carefully, not daring to go too fast. Not long after, he found that the blue flames around him faded, and a light purple flame gradually appeared. The temperature of this purple flame was even higher. Just a trace of it was enough to make Lin Xian somewhat unable to withstand it. All right, this is it. Lin Xian didn't dare to go any further. He sat down cross-legged and took out the crystal skull. As soon as the crystal skull appeared, the surrounding purple flames were affected and quickly gathered, forming a large purple fish that charged at him. This attack was extremely terrifying. Just the energy shockwave alone was enough to make Lin Xian somewhat unable to withstand it. With a low shout, he quickly used the Red Lotus Armor Phantom to cover his body. Boom! In the void, a bright red battle armor phantom appeared and enveloped Lin Xian like a giant mountain. In the next moment, a terrifying heat wave rushed over and collided with the Red Lotus Armor Phantom, causing a rumbling sound. However, although the Red Lotus Armor Phantom trembled, it still managed to withstand the attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus Armor Phantom. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would have been too difficult for him to withstand the purple flames. The purple flames were indeed powerful. The large purple fish that formed violently bombarded the five-colored light screen, causing it to fluctuate violently. The light on the screen also quickly dimmed. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At this rate, it would not take long for the five-colored light screen to shatter. At that time, the seal in the crystal skull would be broken as well. As expected, the five-colored light screen trembled violently as it was enveloped by the light purple flames. The light became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, after a few more collisions, it could no longer withstand and made cracking sounds. The entire five-colored light screen shattered and fell to the ground. "It's broken." Seeing the five-colored light screen shatter, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and condensed a fiery red palm of light that quickly grabbed the crystal skeleton. He then pulled with great force and brought the crystal skeleton to his side. Sensing the changes in the crystal skull, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. However, he did not directly examine it and put it away. This place was too terrifying. He had to go to a safe place. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian retreated backward. Soon he arrived at the area of deep blue flames. Although the flames here were terrifying, Lin Xian could completely adapt to it. Dispelling the shadow of the crimson lotus armor, Lin Xian sat on a stone pillar. Then he took out the crystal skull and examined it carefully. There was no one here, anyway. He did not have to worry at all. At this moment, the crystal skull had become even more crystal clear due to the absence of the seal. The five-colored light was very dazzling. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's soul power gushed out and probed it. However, just as he touched the crystal skull, the five-colored light screen on it suddenly shone brightly and enveloped him. Then Lin Xian felt dizzy as if his soul was being sucked in. In the next moment, as if space and time were distorted, Lin Xian arrived in a strange space. The scenery around him had changed greatly. The blue flames from before were long gone. "Don't worry. This should be the world inside the crystal skull," the Crimson Dragon said. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then he looked around cautiously. His surroundings were a little blurry. It was as if the chaos had yet to open. Only the scenery within 100 feet of him was clearly visible. Lin Xian tried to take a step forward. As he walked, the chaotic fog slowly dispersed and became clear. Suddenly, a splashing sound came from below. It sounded like flowing water. Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Then a river appeared in front of him. Chapter 9:17. It was a pitch-black river. The black river below surged like a giant black dragon, roaring endlessly. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the river below was extremely familiar. It was the famous Blackwater River. At this moment, the Blackwater River was different from what he had seen before. The surging black river was mixed with scarlet blood with a strong, pungent smell. Not only that, but countless martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky above the Blackwater River. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, shocking everyone. Lin Xian realized that those auras were too terrifying. They were not ordinary martial artists at all, but peerless powerhouses at the 8th or 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. These people were extremely powerful. With a raise of their hands, they could tear apart mountains and rivers and shatter the earth. However, these powerhouses suffered a violent impact at this moment. Their bodies cracked open, and blood spurted out as they fell into the Blackwater River. Fallen! That's right, these powerhouses had all fallen. They died quickly like meteors. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He could not believe it. What kind of opponent could kill all these powerful, peerless venerables? He raised his head and was shocked. Above the Blackwater River, there was a huge black lotus. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Above the lotus, countless black-clothed venerables descended. Each of them had a powerful aura and was incomparably cold. There was a black lotus mark between their eyebrows. These people were expressionless as they attacked the surrounding venerables crazily. Not only that, there were many of them. Usually, 2 or 3 of them would besiege a peerless venerable. No matter how strong those peerless venerables were, they could not withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 people of the same level. Therefore, many of them fell quickly. Black Lotus! Lin Xian's body trembled when he saw the Black Lotus. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he had never seen this scene before, he was very familiar with the appearance of the Black Lotus. The Black Lotus that sealed the spiritual vein in his body looked exactly like this. He had almost forgotten about this matter. However, he did not expect to see the mysterious Black Lotus here, inside the King Crystal Skull. What is this Black Lotus? Lin Xian was shocked and looked again. The battle on the Black River was extremely intense. Countless Ninth Heaven sovereigns fell, and even some half-kings screamed as they died. At this moment, a long howl rang out. The sound was so terrifying that it shattered the void. Immediately after, a handsome young man rushed in. He waved his hands and shot out countless pills, which instantly turned into terrifying demonic beasts and rushed in all directions. The scene of the massacre was controlled in an instant. Not only that, the handsome young man took out a black cauldron and bombarded it in all directions. Every strike caused the world to lose its color. Niwa of Gojoseon, 10,000 beast sting. Seeing this, Lin Xian cried out in surprise. Seeing Niwa of Gojoseon on the screen, Lin Xian was excited. He felt that he would soon find out why Niwa of Gojoseon had fallen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took a closer look. As a king, Niwa of Gojoseon was very powerful. Moreover, he had the 10,000 life cauldron, an earth-rank artifact. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Every time he attacked, a large number of Black Lotus cultivators would die. He was like a fierce tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. No one could resist him. The situation was good. Seeing that the Black Lotus cultivators were about to be slaughtered, the huge Black Lotus in the sky bloomed with a ray of light. Then a finger pressed down like a heavenly pillar. As the finger fell, the mountains and the void shattered, and countless black holes appeared. The surrounding peerless sovereigns were terrified. They were swept by the aftershock of the finger, and their bodies immediately split open and turned into a bloody mist. Even the Black Lotus sovereigns who were still alive were no exception. They turned into ashes in the aftershock of the light. It was too terrifying. This was just the aftershock. The real black finger pressed down on Niwa of Gojoseon. Niwa of Gojoseon roared and activated the 10,000 beast sting with all his strength to resist the black finger. In the next moment, the scene seemed to be frozen. Everything in the world disappeared. There was only a pitch-black finger and Niwa of Gojoseon resisting. Poof! Blood spurted out. Niwa of Gojoseon's body was penetrated, and he fell into the Black River. However, he still used the last of his strength to seal the 10,000 beast sting. As Niwa of Gojoseon died, the entire scene gradually became blurry and finally disappeared. Lin Xian was completely stunned. He was shocked. He did not expect Niwa of Gojoseon to be killed by a finger. Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He could not believe it. Niwa of Gojoseon was a king, the top existence in the Tianwu continent. Yet he could not resist a finger. It was hard to believe. The Crimson Dragon also saw this scene. He was silent. A pair of purple gold eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. You saw it. A faint voice floated over. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body stiffened. The hair on his body stood up. He looked back in horror. At the same time, he used his soul power to search around. Don't be afraid. I have no evil intentions. As the voice fell, the surrounding chaotic weapons also changed. A young figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Niwa of Gojoseon. Seeing the handsome young man, Lin Xian was stunned and exclaimed, "Don't be afraid. This is just a soul imprint of mine," Niwa of Gojoseon said indifferently. Although he looked like a young man, he had an endless vicissitudes of life. Junior Lin Xian greets Senior. Facing a King Realm expert, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless, even if the other party was just a soul imprint. Only at the second heavenly layer. I didn't expect you to be able to break my seal. Niwa of Gojoseon revealed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect a level 2 realm expert to break the seal in the end. However, since you can come here, it can be considered fate between us. Lin Xian looked at the blurry figure in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He had many questions to ask. Senior, what exactly is that black finger? What kind of existence is that black lotus? You don't have to be surprised. Niwa of Gojoseon smiled bitterly. Although you know that a King Realm expert is the peak existence of this continent, I want to tell you that outside of this continent, the world is vast and mysterious. You can't imagine it. And a King Realm expert is not the peak existence there. There are many people stronger than a King Realm expert. The owner of that black finger should be an existence that surpasses a King Realm expert. An existence that surpasses a King Realm expert? A world outside of this continent. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect to hear such news. The Red Feather Fish King continued, "As for what realm the owner of that black finger is at, I can't say. If you have the chance to reach the King Realm in the future, you will know when you go to the outside world." What about the Black Lotus? What is it? Chapter 918. In the mysterious space inside the crystal skull, white mist floated around. The surroundings were chaotic, and a handsome youth stood proudly in front of him. Although he looked young, his eyes were full of vicissitudes. He was the famous Niwa of Gojoseon. Lin Xian was now standing in front of Niwa of Gojoseon. What is their goal for killing the venerables of the Sky Martial Continent? Lin Xian asked. I don't know the details, but I saw in an ancient book that the Black Lotus seems to be the symbol of an organization, and that organization seems to have existed since the ancient times. I don't know why they exist, but that time it seems to be for the 10,000 beasting and a map. 10,000 beasting map? Lin Xian was puzzled. The 10,000 beasting was easy to understand. After all, it was a complete Earth rank artifact and was extremely rare. As for the map, although he didn't know what it was, it definitely wasn't simple if it could catch the eye of such a terrifying person. Just as Lin Xian was puzzled, Niwa of Gojoseon said again, I don't have much time left. Next, I will pass the power sealed here to you. As for how much you can accept, it will depend on your luck. As his voice fell, the chaotic mist in the surroundings began to roll, forming a thick white pillar of light that rushed toward Lin Xian. Boom! In an instant, the white pillar of light enveloped Lin Xian. Eliminate distracting thoughts and absorb with all your might, Niwa of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Immediately, Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly circulated the longevity art because he found that the thick white pillar of light was the purest spirit energy. Under the circulation of the longevity art, the spirit energy that was poured into Lin Xian's body flowed through his spirit veins and finally into his spirit sea. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that there was too much spiritual qi for him to absorb. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be fine as he could absorb it on his own. But now it was a kind of instilling state. If it was interrupted, the spiritual power would disappear and he would not be able to get it anymore. What should we do? Lin Xian's mind raced. He didn't want to waste this precious opportunity. But if all this spiritual energy entered his body at once, he wouldn't be able to absorb it, and his body might even explode. Boom! After persevering for a short while, the spiritual power in his body doubled, and he quickly reached the peak of the second-level honorable realm. This speed of improvement was terrifying. However, the crisis did not change. Lin Xian's body was now filled with dense spiritual energy. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tried to communicate with the mysterious little sword. Buzz! A glass-like vortex formed on the mysterious small sword and sucked away the excess spiritual energy. Immediately, the feeling of exploding disappeared. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Without any worries, he could focus on breaking through to the third firmament of the Venerable Realm. With the support of such a huge amount of pure spiritual energy, there was no suspense in entering the third firmament of the Venerable Realm. Soon he broke through. It had to be said that the energy left behind by the King Seal was too shocking. Even though Lin Xian had broken through to the third firmament of the Tao Venerable Realm, the majestic energy had not disappeared and was still pouring into his body at a terrifying speed. Lin Xian had no doubt that if he wanted to, he could continue to increase his realm, but he didn't do so. No matter what, these were all external forces. Although he could increase his realm quickly, the most important thing was to have a solid foundation. If he rashly increased his cultivation by a lot, he wouldn't be able to control it at all. When the time came, his foundation would be unstable, and he wouldn't be able to go far on the path of martial arts. Lin Xian didn't absorb the energy anymore. Instead, he guided it all into the mysterious little sword. At the same time, his soul also entered the mysterious little sword space. He found that the energy that flowed and didn't disappear, but formed a milk-colored ball. At first, the ball was only the size of a fist, but as it gradually grew, it became the size of a basketball. At this time, the majestic spiritual energy in the space also quickly disappeared. Lin Xian knew that the energy of the King Seal had been poured into him. His body shook, and Lin Xian's soul force returned to his body. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. The two gazes in his eyes were as sharp as swords. With a respectful expression, he bowed respectfully to the figure of the Niwa of Gojoseon. "Thank you for passing on your cultivation, Senior. This junior can't thank you enough." The Niwa of Gojoseon looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Not bad at all. Although your cultivation is a little weak, your temperament is really rare. In that situation, just now, I'm afraid that no one can resist the temptation to increase their realm. You should know that the energy of my seal is enough to let you rise to the 5th or 6th firmament of the Venerable Realm. However, you didn't do that, which means that you're very clear-headed and understand your own path of martial arts very well. To be able to resist such a great temptation, your heart of martial arts is very firm. It's really commendable. The words of the Niwa of Gojoseon were full of praise. Indeed, in the face of such a great opportunity, very few people could maintain their rationality. After all, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation in the Venerable Realm. If one missed this opportunity, there might not be another one. However, Lin Xian was able to resist the desire to increase his realm. Of course, the energy was not lost, but entered the mysterious dagger in another form. As long as Lin Xian was willing, he could absorb it at any time in the future. Senior, you're too kind. It's already very fortunate to be able to reach the 3rd firmament of the Venerable Realm. If it's any higher, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it. Indeed, Lin Xian's cultivation had increased very quickly. It was as if he was sitting on a rocket. It was hard to believe. It had only been 3 or 4 years since he started cultivating. From a little martial disciple to a 3rd firmament of the Venerable Realm. This speed of improvement could be said to be unprecedented. However, every time he improved, he obtained it through a large number of battles. It could be said that his foundation was very solid, and he did not have to worry about the problem of his foundation. Therefore, this time he did not rashly increase his cultivation by a lot. Only with a solid foundation could one walk on the path of martial arts for a long time. The Niwa of Gojoseon nodded slightly, then sighed. I've already given you the power of the seal. If you didn't control it and directly increased your cultivation by a few levels, perhaps the next thing would have nothing to do with you. But fortunately, you controlled it. The next thing, hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he pricked up his ears. Could there be other things besides the power of the seal? Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled look, the Niwa of Gojoseon smiled slightly, then said, "The next thing is not power, but some of my inheritance. Are you willing to accept it?" Inheritance. Lin Xian's head jumped wildly, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. My death was very special. Due to time constraints, I didn't have time to leave behind too many martial inheritances, only a complete alchemy inheritance. Are you willing to accept it? Alchemy inheritance. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had learned alchemy from Lord Jiu. Back then, Jiu Yu had also taught him based on his cultivation realm. Therefore, ever since Lord Jiu left, Lin Xian's progress in alchemy had been slow. Now, if he had the Niwa of Gojoseon's alchemy inheritance, his attainments in alchemy would definitely improve. Chapter 919. Of course I'm willing. Senior, you might not know, but I'm an alchemist as well. Oh, that's great. I've finally found the whereabouts of my inheritance. But there's one more condition that you must complete for me. Senior, please go ahead. The 10,000 bee sting is an earth-rank treasure that I spent my entire life to find. It's extremely precious, but it's now lost in the outside world. Since you've obtained my inheritance, then you're my disciple. So, you must find the 10,000 bee sting, and it can't fall into the hands of an outsider. Lin Xian's expression became slightly strange when he heard this, and he scratched his head. Master, the 10,000 bee sting is actually in my possession. In your possession? The Niwa of Gojoseon was slightly stunned, and then he roared with laughter. Good, good, good. I really didn't misjudge you. You aren't worried, your mind is firm, and your fortuitous encounters are extremely great. My inheritance in the Pale Dao will absolutely not be in danger of being destroyed if I pass it to you. After that, the Niwa of Gojoseon started to pass down his inheritance in the Pale Dao to Lin Xian. This process was very slow, and it lasted for around a day. After he finished passing down his inheritance, the Niwa of Gojoseon's figure became dim, and it seemed as if he would vanish at any moment. My mission has been completed, and I'll vanish soon. I have no regrets since I was able to leave behind my inheritance. The Niwa of Gojoseon's voice carried a trace of loneliness. But now that I speak of it, I'm still slightly disgruntled. If your cultivation is able to break through to the king realm one day, then I hope that you can head to the outside world and help me find the owner of that black finger and kill him. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely avenge you. Lin Xian had a solemn expression. Yes, even though we haven't been together for long, I believe you'll be able to accomplish it, said Dan Yudon. His figure grew fainter and fainter, and it seemed as if he would really vanish from this expanse of the heavens and the earth. I obtained this map by chance, and it seems to be something that the owner of that black finger wants to find. Keep it well, and don't let anyone know about it. Niwa of Gojoseon's voice started to become faintly discernible, and his entire body started to disintegrate, turning into countless streams of light. An ancient map floated down from his body, and then the Niwa of Gojoseon turned into a white light and dissipated. Master, rest in peace. Lin Xian said in a low voice as he looked at the disappearing figure. Since he had obtained Blackfinger's inheritance, he would definitely avenge Blackfinger, no matter how powerful Blackfinger's master was. Moreover, Black Lotus was inextricably linked to him. He really wanted to know what kind of conspiracy was behind Black Lotus. Why seal him? Of course, he knew that an extremely formidable strength was required to solve all of these problems, and it was at least at the King Realm or above. As the Niwa of Gojoseon disappeared, an ancient map floated down from the sky. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed the map in his hands. He then scanned through it quickly. This is... Lin Xian exclaimed and looked at it carefully. The map was only the size of a palm, and it depicted mountains and rivers. Obviously, it was not a complete map, but only a part of it. The reason why Lin Xian was shocked was because he had a similar map in his hands. According to the Crimson Dragon, the map recorded information about the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian now understood why the Black Lotus organization wanted to snatch this map. The heavenly Netherbird was a demonic beast on the heaven ranking, and it was extremely precious. It was easy to imagine how tempting the things it left behind would be. The Crimson Dragon flew out and stared at the map with joy. The two maps together are almost half of it. Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky. All right. Lin Xian shrugged, but he still did not know where the heavenly Netherbird was. Wait patiently. With your current strength, you won't be able to take it even if you know. You might as well use this time to cultivate. That's true. Lin Xian nodded, then kept the map. With a thought, he left this strange space. He had gained a lot this time. First, he broke through to the third heaven of the Honorable Realm, which allowed Lin Xian's strength to increase exponentially. He believed that if he were to face the governor of Blackwater City, Shaoli, he would be able to kill him without using the great dragon sword soul. Not only did his strength increase, but he also obtained the inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon's alchemy Dao, which was extremely precious. With the alchemy Dao inheritance, he believed that his attainments in alchemy would increase by leaps and bounds. By then, it would not be a problem for him to refine level 7 pills. Li Yunfei, you better not let me see you again. Lin Xian snorted, and a figure appeared in his mind. Naturally, it was Li Yunfei, who was ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. If there had been a big gap between the two of them before, the gap had shrunk infinitely now. Li Yunfei's arrogant attitude from before really made him unhappy. If he had the chance, he would not mind returning the favor. Next, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation and decided to set off toward the depths of the 7th floor again. Previously, he was unable to resist the purple flames, but now that his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd heaven of the Honorable Realm, he should be able to withstand the heat of the purple flames. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the light purple flame area again. This time, he could completely withstand the heat there. As he continued forward, the color of the flames gradually deepened, but Lin Xian could still withstand it. He arrived at the border of the 7th floor. If he continued forward, he would reach the 8th floor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian stood at the border and felt a wave of heat that seemed to be able to burn his soul. How terrifying! Lin Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that the 8th floor was not that easy to enter. It made sense. Among all the disciples of Senmu College, Dugu Outyin was the only one who had entered the 8th floor. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Li Yunfei decided to cultivate on the 7th floor. Lin Xian did not insist. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of low and deep sounds were heard. It sounded like metal colliding, low and crisp. What's this? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He realized that the sound came from the 8th floor. The 7th floor was already very terrifying. Only 2 or 3 people in Senmu College could enter, but there was only one person on the 8th floor, and that was Dugu Outyin. Could that sound be caused by him? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Would he meet Dugu Outyin here? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian circulated his soul power and looked toward the 8th floor. Although he had not learned any special eye techniques, Lin Xian's soul power was very strong. When he poured it into his eyes, he could clearly see the scene on the 8th floor. Through the layers of flames, Lin Xian looked toward the 8th floor. He saw countless deep purple flames flickering on the 8th floor. It was like countless balls of purple mist that filled the entire space. The ground was deep purple, and there were rugged rocks of strange shapes. It was the same stone forest. This time he could clearly hear that the metallic sounds were coming from the depths of the 8th floor. He strengthened his soul power again. Looking carefully, he saw a small mountain in front of him. On the mountain peak was a golden figure. Chapter 920. The figure's back was facing the entrance, so Lin Xian could not see its face clearly. He could only see that the golden figure was surrounded by golden light and had a metallic texture. However, he frowned slightly because he realized that it was not a human body, but a golden feather. Damn! I didn't expect there to be a golden crow here. Kid, hurry up and leave. The Crimson Dragon used some kind of secret technique to see this scene and quickly transmitted its voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and withdrew his soul power. Anyone who could enter the 8th floor was definitely a terrifying figure. However, what surprised him was that the golden figure was not Dugu Outyin. He withdrew his soul power and transmitted his voice. A golden crow? Could it be a demonic beast inside? He could not be blamed for being shocked. After all, only one person had entered the 8th floor so far. Of course, other than the younger generation. Those of the older generation could enter. This shouldn't be the Dugu Outyin you mentioned. This is a golden crow. Although it doesn't have a pure bloodline, it's still a crow with the golden crow's bloodline. A crow. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that the golden figure was really a demonic beast. It's not just a demonic beast. It looks like a demonic beast and a powerful one at that. Kid, I advise you not to provoke this kind of person. Lin Xian nodded secretly. This was too shocking. He did not expect that there would be a powerful demonic beast here. Next, he began to cultivate on the 7th floor. However, clanking sounds came from the 8th floor from time to time. Is this guy refining equipment? The Crimson Dragon was suspicious. It used its secret technique to observe the situation on the 8th floor again. Then it frowned. Damn, he's really refining equipment. Kid, don't you want to refine the Red Lotus armor? You can do it here. Do I have to refine it myself? Don't I need a Grandmaster Artificer? Lin Xian was puzzled. You already have the blueprint. Why would you need a Grandmaster Artificer? Besides, your soul power is so strong. The Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes at him. Are you willing to hand over the Red Lotus armor to someone else? Lin Xian was stunned. Indeed, he was reluctant to give such a heaven-defying blueprint to others. However, since the Crimson Dragon said that he could refine it, then he should be able to refine it. In fact, refining weapons was similar to refining pills. They were both inscriptions. Lin Xian's soul force was strong, so he could do this. As for the blueprint, he had the complete blueprint in his hands, so as long as he was careful, he should be able to refine it. However, let's wait a little longer. I want to enter the 8th floor to refine, Lin Xian said. He knew that the better the flame required for refining, the better the item refined would be. Therefore, he hoped to endure for a while longer and wait until he could enter the 8th level before he started refining. After making up his mind, he didn't stay any longer and flew out. However, Lin Xian did not know that the news of him entering the 7th level had already shaken the entire Flaming Mountain. Countless martial artists gathered in front of the boundary steel, looking at the changes in the rankings, exclaiming in amazement. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to make it to the 7th level. Previously, only 2 people had been able to enter the 7th level. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would be able to do so as well? This freshman is incredible. Yeah, he's too terrifying. While everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Lin Xian had already returned to Sunmu College. However, when he returned to the freshman area, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. Especially when he saw that Dongfang Xiong and the others were injured, his face darkened. What happened? Who injured them? Brother Xian, Wang Li stepped forward and quickly told him what had happened. It turned out that they were injured by a martial artist called Willowlance. Willowlance was ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and was also Prince Ling Feng's subordinate. When he found out that Lin Xian had destroyed the Wanxiang auction, he wanted to take revenge. However, this time Lin Xian was not around, so he injured Dongfang Xiong and the others. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. His eyes burned with anger. Willowlance. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he's ranked 5th? Now that Lin Xian had broken through to the 3rd heaven of the Venerable Realm, his strength had increased greatly. He was not afraid of Willow Lance, who was ranked 5th. Go and gather information on him. Lin Xian said to Wang Li, I'll avenge you. Not long after, Wang Li returned. Brother Xian, Willow Lance, is in seclusion. He should be preparing for the demon-slaying conference. Demon-slaying conference? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. All right, we'll deal with him at the demon-slaying conference. The demon-slaying conference was a very special event in Senmu College. It was also a kind of trial for the college's disciples. It was said that if one could get a good ranking in the demon-slaying conference, they could be baptized in the demon-slaying pool. With Willow Lance's status, he probably would not miss the demon-slaying conference. Since the other party dared to injure his companions, they had to pay the corresponding price. It was less than a month before the demon-slaying conference began. Lin Xian thought that it would be best to refine the Red Lotus armor before the conference. Although he could only refine one glove now, it was better than nothing. Back in the courtyard, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to think of countermeasures. With Lin Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter the 8th level in a month. If he used a special method, he might be able to do it. In the end, the two of them thought of a way. They would use the Blood Shadow Doppelganger and the Red Lotus Armor Phantom to refine the Doppelganger on the 8th level. After discussing the countermeasures, Lin Xian did not delay and headed to the Flaming Mountain again. Soon he arrived at the border between the 7th and 8th levels. With a low shout, Lin Xian quickly created a Blood Shadow Doppelganger and used the Red Lotus Armor Phantom to envelop it. The Doppelganger glanced at Lin Xian, nodded slightly, and stepped into the 8th level. As soon as he entered the 8th level, the terrifying purple flames around him burned fiercely and surged toward the Doppelganger. Lin Xian's Doppelganger trembled, but with the help of the Red Lotus armor, he managed to hold on. Under the protection of the Red Lotus armor, the Doppelganger slowly walked inside. Then he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. After a while, the Red Lotus armor could no longer withstand the surrounding flames. It dimmed and finally disappeared. The moment the Red Lotus armor disappeared, the Blood Shadow Doppelganger also disappeared. Half an incense stick of time. Lin Xian calculated and realized that his doppelganger could only last for 15 minutes on the 8th level. However, this was enough. As long as he calculated the time well, he could continue to refine the armor on the 8th level. Next, Lin Xian devoted himself to the refining process. At the same time, the news of him entering the 7th level of the Flaming Mountain spread to Senmu College and caused a stir among the other ancient martial art practitioners. When Bing Ling, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others heard the news, they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to enter the 7th level. Bing Ling was especially shocked. Her delicate little face was full of shock. She was also an ice-based ancient martial art practitioner, but she could not enter the 7th level. This guy is really a pervert. Chapter 9:21. In a sea of lightning, an imposing figure stood there, receiving the bombardment of thousands of lightning bolts. This figure was Li Yunfei, ranked 2nd on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and waved his hand. A shining talisman flew into his hand. The 7th level of the Blazing Mountain. Interesting. I hope it's not too weak. Li Yunfei smiled. Then the talisman in his hand burned rapidly. At the same time, in a cultivation room at the bottom of a spiritual tower, there was an abundance of spiritual qi that turned into visible droplets. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the countless droplets. It was a young man with a thin face. Although his eyes were closed, he gave off a very sharp feeling. Behind him, there was a blood-red spear that emitted a ferocious aura. Suddenly, a talisman floated into the cultivation room. Buzz! The thin young man suddenly opened his eyes as if a peerless beast had awakened. The 7th level of the Blazing Mountain? Humph, what's so great about that? If I want to, I can also enter. The thin young man smiled coldly. Then, with a flick of his finger, he dispersed the talisman. No matter which level you enter, if you dare to oppose Prince Lingfeng, I'll let you know what regret is. The young man's voice was cold. He was Willow Lance, ranked 5th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. At this moment, he had already entered seclusion to prepare for the demon-slaying conference. The news of Lin Xian entering the 7th level of the Blazing Mountain quickly spread through the Immortal Martial Academy. Countless martial artists paid special attention to it. Among them, many were collecting information about Lin Xian. After all, such a person would definitely be a strong opponent in the demon-slaying conference. As the demon-slaying conference approached, many martial artists started to get busy. Disciples of Senma College could be seen entering and exiting the Blazing Mountain, the cultivation room, the Thunder Sea, and various other cultivation places. The demon-slaying conference was an opportunity for them. Not only could they gain fame and soar, but the final reward was also very tempting. The demonic blood pool contained rich energy. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. If they were lucky, it was even possible for them to break through to the next level. No one would miss out on such a great opportunity. The 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. Purple flames danced, heat waves surged, and the entire space became incomparably hot. Within the purple flames, there was a figure quietly sitting cross-legged. Outside his body, there was a shadow of a dark red armor that covered his entire body. This figure was naturally Lin Xian's doppelganger. In front of him was a lump of red metal that was constantly changing shape. One could vaguely make out that it was in the shape of a gauntlet. The rough outline had already appeared, and there were fine veined patterns on it. They intertwined and spiraled together, forming a strange pattern. These mysterious and strange patterns were inscriptions. It was these inscriptions that formed the powerful Red Lotus armor. His avatar was refining on the 8th floor, while Lin Xian's real body was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the 7th floor. His eyes were closed as he used his soul force to control everything. More than half a month had passed, and the refining of the Red Lotus gloves had been more than half completed. It would probably take a few more days to complete. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He had underestimated the consumption of the refining process. If he did not have so many treasures, he would not have been able to persevere. However, the benefits of persevering were great. His soul force was tempered, and his body was tempered by the purple flames. He was incomparably strong. What made him even happier was that a gauntlet of the Red Lotus armor was about to be completed. Just the shadow alone was already very powerful. Lin Xian wondered how powerful the complete Red Lotus armor would be when it was completed. During this time, the golden figure on the 8th floor had also left. The scene was so shocking that Lin Xian almost cried out in surprise. When the golden figure left, 2 huge golden wings appeared in the void. It was like a real golden crow as it streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, golden feathers condensed from spiritual energy floated down. The temperature of the feathers was not any weaker than the purple flames on the 8th floor. Although Lin Xian did not know the other party's true cultivation, it was definitely not weak. It should be a peerless powerhouse. Fortunately, the other party did not pay attention to him. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the flaming mountain. In the following days, Lin Xian methodically refined the armor, and the atmosphere in Senma College became more and more lively. The demon-slaying conference was finally about to begin. It's going to start in 3 days. Why isn't Brother Xian back yet? Wang Li and the others were a little anxious. Morong Qingqing also snorted. Where did this guy go? Fortunately, Lin Xian finally appeared a day later. He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were full of excitement. After more than 20 days of hard work, The gauntlet of the Red Lotus armor was finally completed. He tested its power. It was extremely terrifying and could kill a 4th-level supremacy. However, it consumed a lot of energy. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it once. It could be used as a life-saving item. In addition to its powerful attack, the gauntlet could also be used as a defensive item. It was a part of the Red Lotus armor, so one could imagine how hard it was. He had used up most of the materials to make the gauntlet, but he still had more than half of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet gold left. He estimated that the Phoenix Blood Scarlet gold he had was enough to refine the entire Red Lotus armor. However, the other materials needed would have to be collected slowly. Lin Xian was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Red Lotus armor would be when he refined it. 3 days later, the atmosphere in Senmu College reached its peak. Countless people were excited, waiting for the demon-slaying conference to begin. Lin Xian and the others also headed towards Jinwu Lake. Among them, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited. Of course, most of them did not have the qualifications to participate in the demon-slaying conference. Among the freshmen, only Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and a few others could participate. However, this did not affect their excitement. Countless members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion surrounded Lin Xian, cheering for Lin Xian. "Brother Xian, go for it. Kill everyone and become the champion of the demon-slaying conference." "Yes, charge into the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and make our Dragon Sword Pavilion the #1 society in Senmu College." Everyone cheered. They had unlimited expectations for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and led the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion towards Jinwu Lake. At the same time, a thin figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Spirit Tower. On his back, he carried a blood-colored spear that was taller than a person. His entire body was extremely fierce, and his killing intent was shocking. "Lin Xian, right? You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Willow Lance sneered. In a flash, he disappeared from the Spirit Tower. He was not the only one. All the powerhouses in the college moved. Chapter 922. In the Ice Spirit Valley, Bing Ling was wearing a blue dress. She looked cold like an ice fairy. Feeling the fiery atmosphere in the academy, Bing Ling smiled. Then, her figure fluttered and rushed into the sky. In the endless sea of thunder, an imposing figure walked out. Wherever he passed, the thunder and lightning retreated, not daring to get close. Outside the sea of lightning, there was a dense crowd of warriors, waiting respectfully. Seeing the imposing young man, the warriors below shouted, "Boss, you're finally out!" Li Yunfei looked down and nodded. "It's about time. Follow me to the true Martial Lake." Yes, a loud voice was heard. Countless warriors followed behind Li Yunfei respectfully. As for Li Yunfei, he stood atop the clouds, overlooking the entire Immortal Martial Academy. "Dugu out, Yen. It's my turn to be first on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard." His eyes were filled with confidence. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. On this day, countless strong fighters were on the move. The strong fighters on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard and the strong fighters all rushed to the true Martial Lake. This time, they wanted to prove themselves. This time, they wanted to soar. The true Martial Lake was a huge lake. It was very famous. It was said that a black tortoise lived in the true Martial Lake. It had lived for thousands of years, and its strength was unfathomable. The black tortoise was Senmu College's guardian beast. Usually, the black tortoise would cultivate at the bottom of the lake and would not come up. Near the true Martial Lake was a vast grassland. At this time, countless disciples were gathered there. When Lin Xian and the others arrived and saw the countless figures, they were shocked. There were too many people. It was beyond his imagination. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, it was indeed abnormally powerful. Perhaps this was the only place where one could see so many geniuses. Moreover, there were definitely many strong fighters hidden here. They were not on the mystic honorable leaderboard. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side, leading the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion forward. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was considered quite a celebrity, so his arrival had attracted a lot of attention. However, when Willow Lance saw Lin Xian, his face immediately darkened and his cold gaze shrouded the area in front of him. Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. Naturally, he was able to sense the hostile gaze directed at him. He furrowed his brows and looked at the figure. "Older brother Xian, he's Willow Lance." Wang Li whispered from the side. "That's him." Lin Xian furrowed his brows, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." In the past, Lin Xian wouldn't have had the confidence to fight against the 5th-ranked person on the Mystic Venerate list. However, his strength had now broken through to the 3rd sky of the Venerate realm, and he also possessed the Red Lotus armor. His strength had increased tremendously. To him, the 5th on the Sublime Venerate leaderboard was nothing to be afraid of. Looking at Lin Xian's cold eyes, Willow Lance's face became even more gloomy. A mere freshman dared to show his killing intent towards him. He must have a death wish. Willow Lance snorted coldly and looked away. He had already decided that he would teach Lin Xian a lesson at the demon-slaying conference. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. He wasn't afraid of Lin Xian at all. They had just walked to an open space and stopped. At that moment, a series of exclamations came from behind them. The sound was like a wave that shook the entire area. The clouds in the sky were shattered. The crowd behind them was in an uproar as they exclaimed. Lin Xian and the rest were shocked as they looked behind them. Countless martial artists were flying rapidly in the sky. At the very front was a stalwart figure, Li Yunfei. The disciples below exclaimed. Many female disciples screamed. Li Yunfei's appearance was indeed not bad. His cultivation level was extremely high and his strength was formidable. He was ranked 2nd on the Mystic Venerate list. In the academy, other than the elusive Dugu Outyan, no one could shake Li Yunfei's position. This could be seen from the commotion caused by Yun Lifei. Yun Lifei had attracted a lot of attention. Li Yunfei had a faint smile on his face as he flew quickly. He looked down and frowned slightly. He was looking in the direction where Murong Qingqing was. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside Murong Qingqing, he frowned. In a flash, Li Yunfei arrived in front of Lin Xian. "Looks like you didn't take what I said to you the last time to heart. You don't have to worry about me." Lin Xian was not afraid when he sensed the coldness in Li Yunfei's voice. "So you've broken through. No wonder you didn't take what I said to heart." Li Yunfei was shocked. Previously, Li Yunfei was only a 2nd heaven honorable. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have broken through to the 3rd heaven honorable realm in just a few days. However, you're still a little naive. So what if you've broken through? A 3rd heaven honorable realm is nothing in front of me. Li Yunfei shook his head. Then let's wait and see. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Against someone like Li Yunfei, a battle of words was useless. Only by using his true strength would he be able to intimidate the other party. "Qingqing, this guy that you've taken a fancy to is nothing much. His strength is not good, but he is very arrogant." Li Yunfei ignored Lin Xian and turned his head to look at Murong Qingqing. "It's none of your business who I like." Murong Qingqing's face was cold. "It's not that I want to interfere," Li Yunfei said. "Do you think he can pass the Shen family's test?" Murong Qingqing blushed when she heard this. "What are you thinking?" "It's not what you think." Hearing her words, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Indeed, there was nothing going on between him and Murong Qingqing yet. Although the two of them had feelings for each other, they had yet to reveal their relationship. However, Lin Xian was under a lot of pressure when he heard Li Yunfei's words. It seemed that if he wanted to confirm his relationship with Murong Qingqing, he had to get the approval of the Shen family. However, the Shen family wasn't an ordinary family. It was the House of Kings. Their test wouldn't be simple. Lin Xian shook his head and got rid of his distracting thoughts. These things were too far away for him to think about. At this time, Li Yunfei turned his head again. Since you didn't listen to my advice, don't blame me. You'd better not meet me at the demon-slaying conference. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. Li Yunfei was calm and didn't say anything harsh. However, his voice was full of arrogance. It was as if he could control everything. Lin Xian was extremely displeased by this haughty attitude of looking down on everything. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian shrugged and looked like he didn't care. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, Li Yunfei didn't care. However, the warriors behind him were very unhappy. To them, Lin Xian was nothing. How dare he fight with their boss for a woman? Their boss was second on the Mystic Venerable list. He was invincible. A new student dared to be so impudent in front of their boss. What a joke! Chapter 9:23. However, although they were unhappy, they could not do anything. They could only glare fiercely at Lin Xian. The disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian could not take it lying down. Although Lin Xian was a senior and ranked second on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, they were not pushovers. Dongfang Xiong immediately glared back at Lin Xian. Both sides were angry, so the atmosphere was tense. However, Li Yunfei and Lin Xian quickly controlled the situation. They did not want the two sides to fight at this juncture. Li Yunfei took a deep look at Lin Xian, then left with his people and walked to the other side. After Li Yunfei's arrival, more and more martialists came to the true martial lake. Bingling, Yi Yan, and the other powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard also rushed over. Of course, other than the famous powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, there were also some unfamiliar faces. However, their auras were just as powerful, not any weaker than Bingling and the others. It seemed that these people were the hidden powerhouses. Many of these powerhouses looked at Lin Xian, and some of them were clearly looking at him with provocation. Lin Xian was too famous. First, he had killed Yan Qingfeng and ranked 30th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. Recently, there had been news that he had entered the 7th level of the Flame Mountain. Every one of these news had shocked everyone. However, Lin Xian was just a freshman. While gaining fame, he would also encounter a lot of trouble. For example, many people had their eyes on Lin Xian. This was because anyone who defeated Lin Xian would immediately become famous. Lin Xian ignored all the provocative gazes. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. Dong! Dong! A deep voice rang out, echoing in the surroundings like muffled thunder. When they heard this sound, the disciples below all quieted down and waited excitedly. At that moment, countless people looked up at the sky. There was a fiery red light in the sky that was rapidly flying toward them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He found that the light was a massive feather that was about 100 meters long. There was a red light around it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. At that moment, there were several figures standing on the fiery red feather. Most of them were old men with silver hair. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these old men were all elders of the academy. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Although they had restrained their auras, the crowd below still felt an indescribable pressure. On the other hand, Lin Xian was shocked as well. A powerful cultivator. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. He had seen those peerless venerables in the crystal skull. At this moment, the auras of the few old men in the sky were almost the same as those peerless venerables. As expected of Senmu College. It's really strong, Lin Kun exclaimed. Then he shifted his gaze and looked in front of the elders. There was an imposing figure there. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He was just standing there, but he was like an ancient mountain that people could only look up to. As the middle-aged man got closer, the crowd became more and more shocked. They felt like they were facing a god, and they could not help but want to worship him. The black-clothed middle-aged man also looked down with a smile. So strong! I didn't expect Senmu College to have such a person. The Crimson Dragon was also amazed. Lin Xian was shocked. Someone who could make the Crimson Dragon God exclaim in admiration was definitely incredible. Who is that middle-aged man? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing's expression turned serious. He's the vice dean of Senmu College. People call him Dean Xian. Vice dean? No wonder he's so terrifying. Lin Xian nodded. Anyone who could become a vice dean was definitely a top-notch existence. However, he did not expect the Monster Slayers Guild to send a vice dean. Dean Xian looked down and smiled slightly. Then, the red feather under his feet shone, forming a rain of red light that sprinkled down and covered all the disciples. Suddenly, the people below felt refreshed, and the spiritual power in their bodies became pure. Thank you, Dean. The people below were surprised. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the other party to be able to purify their spiritual power with a wave of his hand. This method was too terrifying. No matter how he looked at it, this was beyond the means of a supremacy. Indeed, he's a king, the Crimson Dragon said. A king? No wonder. Lin Xian was relieved. Although the Niwa of Gojoseon was also a king, he had fallen. Back then, only a soul imprint was left, and he was not a real king. It could be said that this was the first time Lin Xian had seen a real king. The aura was not fierce, but it was very majestic. It was like heaven and earth, and people could only look up to it. I believe everyone is familiar with the Monster Slaying Conference, so I don't need to say much. However, I have to remind everyone that the Monster Slaying Conference this time might be a little difficult. Dean Xian said slowly. He waved his sleeve, and the clouds in the sky turned transparent like a mirror, reflecting an image. Countless mountains and rivers appeared in the image. Everyone knew that the dean had used a special method to create it. There were countless mountains in the image, and 3 of them were the most eye-catching because they were enveloped by a powerful, demonic aura. It was abnormally terrifying. What a terrifying demonic aura! Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked, and then they quickly discussed. Because only by defeating the last guardian could they enter the monster blood pool and undergo the subsequent tempering. From this image, it could be seen that the guardians this time were absolutely terrifying, and it seemed that there was more than one of them. However, they did not know how strong the last guardian was. There are 3 guardians this time, and their strength is about the 4th heaven of the supremacy realm, Dean Xian said. 3. 4th heaven of the supremacy realm. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were all stunned, and then they burst into an uproar. Damn, it's really a 4th heaven of the supremacy realm? Does it have to be so difficult? One had to know that the top 10 on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard were only at the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. A 4th heaven of the supremacy realm was definitely powerful. Even if the top 3 on the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard were to fight against a 4th heaven of the supremacy realm, they might not be able to win. Moreover, there was only 1 guardian in the past, but there were 3 this time. It could be said that the difficulty had increased exponentially. It would be very difficult to pass the last stage this time. However, if they could not pass, they would not be able to obtain the monster blood pool, and everything would be in vain. Lin Xian also frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered as he looked at the image reflected in the sky. Guardians, he muttered to himself, although he could not sense the guardians' auras. Based on the image alone, they were definitely not weak. They were not weaker than the governor of Blackwater City, Shaoli. Not only Lin Xian, but even Li Yunfei frowned. Although he was powerful and did not fear a 4th heaven of the supremacy realm, he could not fight against 3 4th heaven of the supremacy realm. Even Dugu Outyin could not do it. They had to find someone to join forces to defeat the last guardian. Chapter 924. The other warriors were also discussing. Of course, they were discussing who would be able to fight against the final guardian. At that stage, if the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to win by relying on numbers alone. There had to be a strong warrior to fight against it. Li Yunfei will definitely be fine, but he can only fight against one at most. I don't know what to do with the other two. Yeah, Dugu Outyin can also fight against them, but he didn't seem to be here. Many people were discussing anxiously. Dugu Outyin didn't appear, which made many people disappointed and anxious. Lin Xian looked indifferent. It didn't matter to him whether Dugu Outyin came or not. At least he could kill one of them. Li Yunfei was also expressionless. He raised his chin slightly and looked at the image in the sky with a confident smile on his face. All right, everyone, stop arguing. At that moment, an elder behind Din Xian stood out and said in a deep voice. Immediately, the warriors below all shut up and waited quietly. Instead of complaining, why don't you think about how to deal with it later? The Monster Slayers Conference will start soon. Din Xian said slowly, hearing that. Although no one said anything, their expressions were very ugly. If Dugu Outyin didn't come, it would be very difficult to fight against the final guardian. In their current situation, they probably didn't have much chance of winning. In the sky, Din Xian flipped his palm and took out a palm-sized disc. There were 12 strange patterns carved on it. In the next moment, the pale golden disc rotated and flashed. The 12 inscriptions floated and imprinted in the void, emitting a mysterious power. The 12 inscriptions flashed and formed a door in the sky, emitting a faint light. I announce that the Monster Slayers Conference has begun. Din Xian said loudly. As his voice fell, the door in the sky emitted an even more dazzling light, as if a world was opening for them. Lin Xian looked at the sky. He knew that as long as he passed through the door of light, he would be able to enter the Monster Slayers world. That was a place opened by Senmu College for the Monster Slayers Conference. The others also looked at the sky with solemn expressions. No matter what, they had to give it their all in this Monster Slayers Conference. Just as they were about to move, a long howl suddenly came from behind. Then, a sword light tore through the sky and rushed over. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure appeared beside the light gate in the sky. He had black hair and black clothes. He was tall and had a black sword on his back. It seems that I've come at the right time. The voice of the young man in the sky was somewhat gloomy. Dugu Outyin! It's him. He's finally back. That's great. This time, our chances of defeating the gatekeeper will greatly increase. Seeing the black-clothed youth, countless warriors cheered, as if this youth was their savior. Bing Ling, Yi Yan, and the other powerhouses on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard looked at the black figure with respect. It could not be helped. Dugu Outyin's reputation was too great. He had always been number 1 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and no one could surpass him. Li Yunfei looked at the sky, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. It's good that you're here. I thought that there would be no opponents this time. Is he Dugu Outyin? Murong, Qing Qing, Dongfang Feng Huang, and the others looked at the voice in the sky and were deeply shocked. They had heard of this name countless times, but today was the first time they had seen him. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the other party was powerful. What surprised him was that the other party was also a swordsman. It's been a long time since I've met an expert in the way of the sword. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Swords were the most common weapon, and it was also the weapon that most people used. However, swords were easy to learn, but difficult to master. Although there were many warriors who used swords, there were very few experts in the way of the sword. However, Lin Xian knew that the black-clothed youth in the sky must be an expert in the way of the sword. Greetings to Din Xian and the other elders. Dugu Outyin bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. You're always the last one to appear. Our hearts can't take it anymore." An elder laughed. "All right, it's good that you're here. Get ready to begin." Din Xian smiled. Dugu Outyen bowed to Din Xian again, then turned his head to look around. The first thing he sensed was Li Yunfei's fighting spirit. "Let me see how much you've improved over the past few days." Dugu Outyen's voice became low again. "As you wish." Li Yunfei put away his smile and looked serious. Dugu Outyen nodded and looked around. He glanced at Willow Lance and the others, but other than Li Yunfei, he did not speak to anyone else. Perhaps in his opinion, only Li Yunfei could fight with him. This is... Dugu Outyen suddenly let out a soft cry and revealed a trace of suspicion. The next moment he stared in a direction. Buzz! Suddenly, the Lone Star sword on Lin Xian's back trembled and let out a sword hum that reverberated in all directions. "Good sword," Dugu Outyen praised when he heard the sword hum. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the Lone Star's sword to have such a reaction. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy to suppress the sword's trembling body. "Senior Dugu, you may not know this, but that sword's origin is not small. It's a half Earth rank artifact. However, it's a pity that it didn't fall into your hands. In my opinion, only Senior Dugu is worthy of the Lone Star sword." At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. As soon as these words were spoken, many people revealed mocking expressions. However, the people from Dragon's Sword Pavilion were shocked. These words were too vicious. Wasn't this clearly trying to sow discord? Lin Xian also frowned and looked to the side. His soul power was powerful, so he could naturally discover the person who spoke. It was a disciple standing behind Willow Lance. At this moment, he was looking over with a gloomy face. The youth felt Lin Xian's gaze, and a trace of disdain rose from the corner of his mouth. However, before Lin Xian could speak, Dugu Outyen coldly snorted in the sky. "You don't understand the significance of a sword to a swordsman. This is your first offense, so I'll spare you. If there's a next time, you know the consequences." This voice was not loud, but it was like countless sharp swords surging in the void, causing people's hearts to tremble. The sinister youth behind Willow Lance turned pale and took a few steps back. A single voice, just a single voice, was enough to injure him. The sinister youth was shocked. Dugu Outyen was too powerful, and he was not someone he could contend against. However, a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He did not dare to clamor in front of Dugu Outyen, but he remembered this enmity on Lin Xian. "Brother Wei, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to make a move." Willow Lance reminded in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. However, once we enter the demon-slaying realm, I will definitely not spare that brat." Wei Tong's face was ashen. Although it was Dugu Outyen who had injured him, he did not dare to find trouble with him. However, he was not afraid of Lin Xian. In any case, he had to regain his face. He could only vent his anger on the seemingly weak Lin Xian. Chapter 9:25. The true Martial Lake was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky, the demon-slaying gate blossomed with light, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Dugu Outyen swept his gaze across the crowd, and then his gaze landed on the demon-slaying gate. He let out a long howl, and his body turned into a ray of sword light, instantly rushing into the demon-slaying gate. Seeing Dugu Outyen enter, the others were also extremely excited. They all stood up and flew towards the demon-slaying gate in the sky. Li Yunfei also smiled confidently and quickly rushed into the sky with the warriors behind him. "Let's go and see what the so-called demon-slaying world is like," Lin Xian said with confidence in his voice. Beside him, Murong Qingqing nodded slightly and followed beside him. "Brother Xian, it's up to you. We'll wait for your triumphant return." Behind them, countless warriors from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted. Lin Xian nodded, and then flew into the sky with Murong Qingqing. Looking at the countless figures that rose from the ground, Din Xian revealed a warm smile. However, in the next moment, he looked at the scene reflected in the sky. There, demonic energy overflowed into the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. This time's demon-slaying assembly is quite interesting. I wonder if these little fellows can defeat the final guardian? The elders behind him also smiled and said, "It's difficult. The guardian this time is much more powerful than before. Even if Dugu Outyen returns, he might not be able to win. Yeah, this lineup is still too difficult for them. They might not even be able to enter the demon blood pool." A few elders whispered, but Lin Xian and the others didn't know about this because they had already entered the demon-slaying world. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's figures appeared. Then the two of them looked around. The surroundings were a little dim, and the light wasn't very good. Because this was a space that was opened up, it wasn't like the outside world that received true sunlight, so it was normal for it to be a little dim. This wasn't difficult for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, even denser than outside. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, there's no movement in the surroundings. This seems a little strange. "We should be careful," Murong Qingqing said. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, other than the students of the academy who had entered with them, there really weren't any demonic beasts in the surroundings. Although this place is rich in spiritual energy, it doesn't seem to be a suitable place for martial artists to stay for long. Murong Qingqing frowned. There is still a large amount of demonic qi in the air. If a warrior absorbs too much, it won't be a good thing. In other words, this demon-slaying conference has a time limit, and it won't be too long. Lin Xian stroked his chin. "Yes." Murong Qingqing nodded. "Let's collect as many demonic cores as possible. Otherwise, when we enter the demonic blood pool, I'm afraid it won't be of much use." The demonic slayers' assembly was a place to slay demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. The number of demonic cores would affect the benefits one could obtain after entering the demonic blood pool. Therefore, it was everyone's mission to collect a large amount of demon cores. As for the demon core, it was naturally in the demon beast's body. However, the demonic beasts here were somewhat different from those in the outside world. They were roughly divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, the bronze demonic beasts were the weakest. They were roughly equivalent to a first firmament supremacy. They were the lowest level of demonic beasts in the demon-slaying conference. Of course, this low level was relative. If they were taken out, they would be equivalent to a 1-star demonic beast general. Above them were the silver demonic beasts. They were roughly at the 2nd to 3rd firmament supremacy. However, some powerful silver demonic beasts were comparable to peak 3rd firmament supremacy. Furthermore, the demonic beasts had tyrannical physiques and were cruel and vicious. These were all aspects that gave humans headaches. However, the silver demonic beasts were also the targets of many martial artists. This was because the demonic cores in their bodies were of very high quality, far surpassing those of the bronze demonic beasts. Finally, there were the gold demonic beasts. The weakest among them were equivalent to a 3rd firmament supremacy. The stronger ones were comparable to a 4th firmament supremacy. Ordinary academies were no match for them at all. Other than a few powerful individuals, very few people dared to provoke the gold demonic beasts. However, the demonic cores in their bodies were of the highest quality. Of course, one needed to be powerful enough to obtain them. Let's go ahead and take a look. Lin Xian sensed that there weren't any demonic beasts around them, so he said that. Then, the two of them moved and set off towards the depths. As the two of them flew, Lin Xian didn't stop probing with his soul power. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. In the mountain range ahead, there was a black shadow moving quickly. Accompanying it was a ferocious demonic qi. The black shadow seemed to have sensed the presence of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. It immediately turned into a sharp blade and rushed over. "Demonic beast, Murong Qingqing was slightly surprised when he saw the black shadow. However, Lin Xian reached out with his palm. Buzz! Dragon Catcher hand attacked and caught the demonic beast in an instant. It was a demonic beast that was similar to a wild boar. However, if one really thought that it was a wild boar, one would be gravely mistaken. Judging from the demonic beast's aura, it could easily kill a first firmament supremacy. It was a bronze demonic beast. Lin Xian noticed that the demonic beast's eyes were bronze in color and seemed to have a metallic texture. Bang! Without any hesitation, he exerted force with his palm and killed the demonic beast. Immediately, the demonic beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body split open and a green light flew into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian flicked his finger and countless sword qi flew out. They intertwined in the air and easily stopped the demonic beast. With a wave of his palm, the sword qi changed into a ball and flew back with the demonic beast. Lin Xian saw that the green light was a nail-sized bead. It looked like a stone and contained energy. Is this a demonic core? Lin Xian noticed that the demonic core outside was different. That's right. This is just an ordinary bronze demonic core. The energy it contains is limited. This kind of thing won't be of much use to the demonic blood pool. Murong Qingqing shook his head slightly. If they wanted to gain the most, they had to find those silver demonic beasts. After entering the demonic blood pool, how much they could improve was closely related to how many demonic cores they collected. There's no rush. Let's figure out the situation first, Lin Xian said, although they also collected information. The information they obtained was limited. Therefore, they still needed to slowly figure out the specific situation here. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen set off again. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. Lin Xian killed them all with ease. After going back and forth, he obtained 7 or 8 bronze-ranked demonic cores. However, the energy contained in them was pitifully little. This made Lin Xian even more determined to kill silver demonic beasts. With a point of his finger, a bronze demonic beast was pierced. Lin Xian waved his hand and a bronze demonic core appeared in his hand. Although the quality of the bronze demonic core was not good and would not be of much use to the demonic blood pool, it was better than nothing. As long as it had a little use, Lin Xian would not give up. Hey, there's an aura in front, but it's not demonic qi. Murong Qingqing was surprised and looked forward. Chapter 9:26. If it's not a monster, then it should be a disciple of the academy. Let's go and take a look, Lin Xian said. That's good too. If it's a senior, maybe they'll know something. If we're lucky, we can get a lot of useful information. Murong Qingqing smiled. Fortunately, there were no other men around except for Lin Xian. Otherwise, just this smile alone would be enough to drive them crazy. After discussing for a while, the two of them flew forward. Not long after, they heard a fierce roar and the sound of metal clashing. Obviously, a battle had broken out in front of them, but it seemed that both sides were academy disciples. Soon, Lin Xian saw the situation in front of them. For martial artists were surrounded by more than 10 people and were constantly attacked. They looked very miserable. In fact, this was normal. The difference in numbers was too big, more than twice. It was already difficult for those people to hold on until now. Little beauty, I advise you to obediently tell us the location of the monster lair. That way, you can suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame my brothers for being rude. A sinister voice sounded. The one who spoke was a very fat young man. His long and narrow eyes were squeezed into a slit by the fierce muscles on his face, but they were blooming with incomparable greed. Bah, shameless. Zhao Jie, you can give up on that idea. No matter what, I won't tell you, even if I lose the right to participate in the Monster Slayers Guild. In the field, the girl who was surrounded shouted coldly. Hearing this stubborn voice, the fat young man, Zhao Jie, snorted coldly. Stubborn. Then don't blame me for being rude. Rude? What can you do? Do you want to kill us? Among the 4 people who were surrounded, a young man shouted angrily. Obviously, they were very angry at the other party's banditry. Kill you? Impossible. Zhao Jie sneered. I won't break the Academy's rules, but compared to killing, I have many ways to make your life worse than death. As long as I get you back to your original state before the end of the Monster Slayers Guild. Even if the Academy finds out, they won't find trouble with me. However, you will have to bear this miserable process yourselves. Zhao Jie sneered, and the surrounding martial artists also stared at the 4 people in the field with unfriendly expressions, their faces filled with sinister smiles. Despicable, shameless. Su Yu was furious. I am despicable. I am shameless. What can you do to me? Zhao Jie's face was full of pride. Little girl, I advise you to tell me the location of the demonic beast's nest. When the time comes, if I'm happy, I might even give you some demonic cores. Otherwise, in the next few days, I will let you know what regret is. TSK, how thick-skinned. This is the first time I've heard someone admit that they're despicable. At this moment, a calm voice came from behind. F***CK. Which blind fool dares to scold this young master? He must be tired of living. When Zhao Jie heard this, he was instantly enraged. The fat on his body trembled as he glared fiercely behind him. What? Lin Xian? A cry of surprise rang out, and then Zhao Jie's face became abnormally ugly. A deep impression appeared in his eyes that were like the slit of a door. He didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. The surrounding dozen martial artists were also shocked as they looked behind them with dignified expressions. Although Lin Xian was still a freshman, his reputation was very resounding, especially when he killed Yan Qingfeng in a tyrannical manner. That shocking scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Zhao Jie's face trembled as his thoughts raced. Then he squeezed out a smile. I didn't expect to meet the 2 of you here. My luck is really good. However, this is between me and that little girl. I hope Brother Lin won't interfere. After I get the information about the demonic beast's nest, I'll definitely share it with Brother Lin. Regarding Lin Xian's appearance, Zhao Jie was extremely vigilant. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to provoke him. However, the information about the demonic beast's nest was very important. If they could obtain it, they would obtain countless demonic cores. This was very crucial for them to enter the demonic beast's blood pool in the future. Therefore, Zhao Jie didn't plan to give up on this mission. Moreover, although the other party was strong, there were only 2 of them. They had more than 10 people on their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Hearing this, the 4 surrounded people's expressions changed drastically. It had to be said that Lin Xian's appearance was an opportunity for them. It was a chance for them to get rid of Zhao Jie and the others. However, if Lin Xian didn't help, then they would have no hope. Soon, Suyu gritted her teeth and said, Lin Gongzi, if you can help us out of this predicament, I'm willing to share the information in my hands with you. There was no other way. Although the information about the demonic beast's nest was good, they needed to have the strength to enjoy it. Perhaps only Lin Xian could help them out of this predicament. Therefore, Suyu didn't hesitate to offer her conditions. Morong Qingcheng smiled at Suyu and said softly, Don't worry, you'll be fine. Although she didn't know Suyu before, the kindness in her heart made her sympathize with Suyu and the others. Moreover, she was disgusted by the way the fat youth acted. Seeing that Morong Qingcheng had expressed her stance, Lin Xian shrugged. Sorry, we've already made our choice. I don't think there's any need for you to stay here. What? After hearing this, Zhao Jie's face darkened. A hint of anger appeared in his small eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't give him any face. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and sneered. His expression was extremely ferocious. although he was afraid of Lin Xian and didn't want to fight. For the information about the demonic beast's nest, he couldn't care less now. Moreover, he had confidence in the dozen people he brought with him. He waved his hand, and the warriors around him quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. A strong aura also surged from Zhao Jie's body. "I'll go save them. You'll have to take care of the rest," Morong Qingqing said. "No problem." Lin Xian nodded. As for Zhao Jie, he didn't take him to heart. Seeing how casual the two of them were, Zhao Jie sneered. "Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to deal with all of us." "Is that so?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "You've overestimated yourself." After saying this, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. What? Seeing that Lin Xian had disappeared, Zhao Jie's face changed. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No, he couldn't sense him at all. How could this be? He was a peak second-level honorable, but he couldn't even sense Lin Xian's figure. This was unbelievable. "What are you looking for?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded behind Zhao Jie. "Hiss!" Zhao Jie's body stiffened, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He quickly turned around and waved his hand. Chapter 9:27. Zhao Jie's body stiffened, and the hair on his body stood up. He quickly turned around and waved his hand. Although he was fat, his movements were extremely fast. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He hit him on the back and sent him flying. "Rumble!" Zhao Jie screamed. His whole body flew out like a ball and smashed into a mountain in front of him. He was sent flying before he could react. Until he fainted, 2 words echoed in his mind. F***CK. The gap was so big that he couldn't even imagine it. He wasn't the only one present. There were dozens of warriors. But these people couldn't defend against Lin Xian at all. They didn't even know how he got there. Fortunately, Zhao Jie had fainted. Otherwise, he would have wet his pants. Lin Xian finished off his opponent with one palm. Morong Qingqing wasn't slow either. She quickly knocked down all the remaining warriors and rescued Su Yu and the others. Su Yu and the others were completely stunned. She couldn't imagine that just 2 people could have such terrifying combat power. They destroyed Zhao Jie's entire team in an instant. No wonder Lin Xian was so famous. He was really strong. At this moment, Su Yu didn't know what to say. "Are you okay?" Morong Qingqing asked. "We're fine." Su Yu shook her head and looked at the two with a complicated expression. "By the way, do you really have information about beast lairs?" Lin Xian asked. If this was true, it meant that they would encounter a large number of beasts. In the Monster Slayer world, beasts meant demon cores. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded. There are a large number of beasts in the Monster Slayer world, but this place is very vast. Those beasts generally live alone. If you don't have a way, you won't be able to collect a large number of demon cores. So, after many people's research, they found that there are many beast lairs in the Monster Slayer world. A large number of beasts gather there. If you can control a beast lair, the efficiency of collecting demon cores will be greatly improved. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen nodded in agreement. They had been walking for half a day and had only killed 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all bronze demonic beasts. The number of demonic cores they obtained was pitifully small. However, if they found a nest of demonic beasts, then the situation would be different. With their combat strength, they would definitely be able to obtain a large number of demonic cores. By the way, how did you get this information? Lin Xian asked curiously. Junior brother Lin, there's something you don't know. We've been to the demon-slaying realm once, so we're quite familiar with this place, Su Yu said softly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It seems that senior students are treated differently. That's not necessarily true, Su Yu explained. The Demon Slayer's world is very strange. It's different every time you come in. Although most of the places remain the same, there are some subtle changes. So, the information we know is not 100% accurate. Furthermore, it's not like the freshmen don't have a way to obtain information. The true Spirit Palace has a channel to sell this information. What? The true Spirit Palace sells this information. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, we're still too young. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. They didn't even know such important information. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat annoyed expression, Suyu smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, you don't have to be like this. Even if you know, you might not necessarily buy it. Because the information from the true Spirit Palace is not 100% accurate, and the price is very expensive. So even if someone knows, not too many people will buy this information. Not to mention whether they're willing or not, the price alone is not something that anyone can afford. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and looked a little better. If the other freshmen could buy it, then he would be depressed. But now it seemed that the situation was fine. Now, we'll tell you the information about the demonic beast's nests. Suyu sighed. In front of Lin Xian and Suyu, they had no competition at all. Although they knew the information, their strength was not that outstanding. In the demon slayer world, where monsters were everywhere, they couldn't get many demonic cores. Seeing Suyu and the others sighing, Morong Qingqing couldn't bear it. She said softly, Senior Sister Su, since you've been here once, you must know a lot about this place. Anyway, it's our first time here, and we're not familiar with this place. Senior Sister Su, why don't you lead the way and we go to the demonic beasts' nests together? We can work together then. Are you willing to take us with you? Suyu's mouth was slightly open, and her three companions behind her were also shocked. They couldn't be blamed. One had to know that a place like the demonic beast nests could definitely provide a large number of demonic cores, and demonic cores were directly related to the final demonic blood pool. Most people would want to monopolize the demonic cores when they heard the news. No one was like Morong Qingqing, who wanted to work together with others. Moreover, with Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's skills, they didn't need external help at all. Now that Suyu said this, she was completely looking out for them. Of course, Morong Qingqing smiled. Then, Junior Brother Lin, Suyu and the others looked at Lin Xian again. To be honest, they were still a little bit in awe of Lin Xian. Don't worry, he won't object. Morong Qingqing showed a sly smile, and with such a strong fighter, our journey will be much safer. Okay, Lin Xian just smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How did he become a fighter in such a short time? Moreover, he didn't realize before that this girl's love was overflowing. But forget it. Even if Morong Qingqing didn't say anything, Lin Xian was going to do it anyway. In that case, let's go. Suyu said, the demonic beast's nest, I know, is not too secret. I think there should be others who know about it, so we'd better go as soon as possible. Okay, let's not delay, let's go. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, this information wasn't exclusive, so they had to get ahead of everyone and occupy the demonic beast's nest in advance. The group moved quickly, with Suyu and the other three leading the way. In addition to Suyu, there were 2 girls and a young man. The 4 of them were at the second sky of the Venerable Realm. Their strength was between the peak of the second sky of the Venerable Realm and the third sky of the Venerable Realm. This kind of strength was not weak in the outside world, but it was not enough in the monster-slaying world. Fortunately, with the addition of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, the team's combat strength had increased sharply, so they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. The group moved quickly. After about an hour, Suyu and the others suddenly slowed down. Over that mountain, we'll reach the demonic beast's nest. Finally, Suyu's words made Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing excited, especially Lin Xian, whose eyes gradually became fiery. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 of them landed on a mountain peak. Then, Lin Xian used his soul power and quickly looked ahead.